talk about the gnomes. Everybody just wait, and we will talk about the gnomes in a second. That is like my number one question, and I'm just like, it's not gnomes. Don't say it, Dapper. It's not gnomes. Welcome on in. Aren't they cool? Yeah, they are cool. So, this is part 1 of 2, and we will talk about specifically what... No, I did not misspell it. It is the curse of humanity that these things are called gnomes. Ancient Egyptian cities did have walls. They just aren't well preserved, but a lot of them did. Not everything, not every single city, but literally one of the cities, are we gonna talk about that today? I think we are. One of the cities is literally known as the White Walls. But yeah, many of them did have walls. I am a gnome, you've been genomed. Yeah, it actually technically is Scotcha. It's not meant to be King Tut's sister, but it is also meant to be... I think I know the legend is that she is Egyptian or something weird ass like that. But I didn't think it was supposed to be King Tut's sister. I think it was just she's supposed to be Egyptian of some sort. That's gotta be, honestly, I need to put that in a lecture. Because that would be really cool to talk about as well. I am drinking a strawberry hard cider because I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I actually don't have to go to work for the next 2 days. So, but this is not even going to do anything to me. I just need something sweet. But yeah. It is very good. It's very sweet, but I like sweet. A little tart. It says sweet and tart fruit from the heart. I got it firstly at Trader Joe's, and then I found it where did I find it? Like Whole Foods or something? I found it somewhere weird. I do. That is what I studied. I only drink cider. I don't drink any beer. So that's the big thing. All right. Are we ready to get started? I need to make sure that I start these with a normal thing to say, because every single time I go, and let's get started or something. Welcome on into the MelissainDeNile lecture series. Today we are going to be talking about cities and gnomes, not gnomes with a G, gnomes with an M, of ancient Egypt up and down the Nile, and this is only going to be part 1. In June, we are going to continue our part 2 of this because genuinely, this got too long. When I started writing this, it got too long and there were too many cities that I wanted to include, so it got too long, so it's being split into 2. So thank you guys for understanding for that, because I'm already afraid this is going to be too long, and if you cannot stay for the entire thing, this will eventually go up on my YouTube page and you'll be able to watch the whole thing and the live. So feel free, you can ask questions all throughout it. If you're over on Twitch, you can use the channel point lecture questions so that I don't lose a question. I will answer them throughout it. Don't be afraid to ask questions that have nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I might wait a second so that I can finish the thought that I'm talking about. So we are going to go into a deep dive into the land of Egypt, specifically to talk about the borders, gnomes, and cities within ancient Egyptian civilization. And I am honestly, I've been very excited to talk about this because I think this is something that I feel like most schools kind of gloss over, and you only really get the big major cities, and you don't really learn about cities that are no longer standing or have like very, very little remnants of. I know people will probably mainly talk about Giza or Memphis or Thebes or Alexandria or like maybe Aswan. And so you'll talk about the cities that also stand today and the big tourist cities as well. I know, but we can do that another time for a discussion. I have pictures, I have everything that we need to do. The other thing is the game doesn't have all the gnomes, so I wanted to go over every single gnome. Ancient Egyptian origin, Assassin's Creed Origins does not have the same. Honestly, Otto, that's a great idea because I do have some like intro stuff that I was gonna just repeat next time, but that would be really funny if I just literally go back to part 2 when I'm editing it. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to look at other cities and areas that probably most people don't know about. We're also going to be looking at all the ancient Egyptian names for these cities, when a lot of the cities today are either known by Greek names or are known by Arabic, modern Arabic names. And this is going to be very long, so be prepped for y'all. But this is what we are splitting in between. So for our May lecture today, we're going to talk about the borders of ancient Egypt and how they changed during every time period. And then we are going to look at Nomes and what they are not garden gnomes, but they are essentially states in ancient Egypt. They are territorial divisions within Egypt. And each of these have capital cities that we will also talk about as well. And then the big chunk of today is going to be the capital cities of Egypt, which there are way more than even I knew about when I started doing this research. Most of them are very short-lived, and so I did not know about some of these. And so that is what we're going to cover today. But a recap for June, and I will give you the June date. It has moved. It's actually going to be much sooner than it was. We are going to do our June lecture on June 6th. So in 2 Saturdays, we're actually going to do it because our guest had to move their time, and then I had to move the guest time. So the guest is going to be at the end of the month, and I'm going to give my lecture at the beginning of the month. So you guys will only have to wait 2 weeks for the next part. So in part 2, we're going to do a little bit of a recap of the stuff for those who missed the first lecture. And mainly I want to focus on the main cult centers of certain gods and goddesses in Egypt. I also want to cover areas outside of the Nile Valley. So anywhere that the Egyptians have conquered, and if they settled any large cities. There are going to be plenty of really small places that we're not going to be able to cover, but there are a few big places like in the Levant, like the Red Sea, in Nubia, the Sinai Peninsula, and the different oases that are in Western Egypt. To answer your question, I believe most of the very western parts of that map is not modern Egypt. It is actually Libya. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure if you look up the names of the cities that are on that western half of the map, they are in modern Libya. Because you're right, most of Western Egypt is not that lush. There is really like Siwa oases out there, and it is desert. So I think most of those areas, especially the parts that are over on the Mediterranean, that's all the way over in Libya, because they're Roman settlements in Libya. Those didn't maybe they didn't exist during Egyptian time. And then the last thing we are going to cover is the necropoli of Egypt. And I really wanted to cover these because these are the names that you will see in news reports. So if something is discovered in, let's say, the ancient city of Heliopolis, move to Babylonia, King Tut. Hi, Mark. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for subscribing. 54 months. Dom, we will talk about it. We will get there. We got to go through borders first, but we will get there. So the necropoli are known by different names, are typically known more than likely in Arabic names, but there are some names actually they do have Egyptian names, like the pyramids have Egyptian names that were given to them. And so what I want you guys to know is, like, when we are looking at archaeological reports or at a certain site, so if you are talking about the ancient city of Akhenaten, you will actually be talking about the area of Tel El Amarna, or Avaris is going to be Tel El Daba, El Athribus, or there's tons of different specific words that are used for the necropoli, even though they are within the city, or such. And so you need to know these like names of the necropoli and when they date to. And so we're going to cover that in the next lecture as well. So let's get started. We're going to first start with borders of Egypt. And I'm going to do something very quickly. Sorry, the music is just like a touch loud in my own ears. I just gotta lower it for myself. It's like I can't hear myself think. There we go. All right, sorry about that. So we're going to start off with the borders of ancient Egypt. Here you can see modern Egypt. Obviously, you have Sudan to the south, you have Libya to the west, and then you have Israel, Jordan, Palestine, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, everywhere on that side. And so this, and these have some of the main Egyptian cities that are still are there today. But we're going to look back at what ancient Egypt and where the sort of rough borders are. Because, to be honest, the way that the world today does borders is not how ancient Egyptians did borders, and how many ancient cultures did not. Dr. Harm, we're going to do one more. We actually didn't finish it. We're going to finish it on Tuesday. I also might upload that game up to YouTube because that was a lot of fun. The game was great. We're going to excavate the barrow on Tuesday. But yeah, anybody else can tell Dr. Harm how the game went on Tuesday. But that's the basis of it. It's so good. I love that game. But yeah, no group is in ancient cultures are doing borders like we are today, where there are these strict borders and that if you cross them, you have to do passport control and all those things. So really, there are no real formal borders. The only exception to that fact, I will say, is that in the city of Tel El Amarna in Akhenaten, they had Akhenaten put up border stela, which is not totally a thing in most ancient Egypt. They are not formal borders. They are just what he considered the border of the city. And it is probably more in a religious sense that he put those there, not like an actual formal, if you cross this border, you're crossing into Akhenaten. Like, it's not really for the same reasons. But he did have that kind of consideration of what is a border. So we do have that, there is that understanding in ancient Egyptian culture that, like, there is a border, there is an end to what we rule and what we do not rule. So for the most part, most of these cultures, these ancient cultures, and Egypt is going to be marking the borders with some sort of fort or military encampment. And so many of them are going to be in the south. You have sites like Buhen, and then you also have sites in the Sinai Peninsula. For the most part, the Egyptians definitely were, like, the Libyans were sometimes their enemies, but not all the time. It is a little unclear on the west side because so much of this is desert. Really, this path was so much shorter in comparison to this. So on the western side, it's a little bit dicey if there are actually military encampments to be used as borders. Hello, Luxor, welcome on in. And I'll also give everyone a quick vocab lesson for those who don't know. Lower Egypt is in the north and Upper Egypt is in the south. And most of this is based off the flow of the Nile, which flows from south to north, but it can refer to a general sense of a higher elevation, with the south being a little bit higher up than the north, although it's not really prominent when you're in the Nile Valley. But ancient Egypt had a very strict delineation between Upper and Lower Egypt, and we'll talk about what was that border, and that is that you will see that in the Nomes, because there are a certain amount of Nomes in Lower Egypt and there are a certain amount of Nomes in Upper Egypt. We do use the term Middle Egypt to describe the general middle of this Nile Valley, but I actually don't think the Egyptians actually use this term. I think this is more of a modern term that we sort of have used. But Upper and Lower Egypt are very, very important politically, religiously, lots of stuff that we will talk about and such. Nuba Mountains, maybe? I have not heard that word, but Nubia is in the south, so I would not say no. That yes. I actually don't know. I don't know if Egypt has any mountains. I'm not sure if that might be Remy in more Sudan, but I'm not sure. Ooh, were they culturally different, Upper and Lower Egypt? In some ways, yes. In a lot of ways, it really honestly, well, I'll say this. It depends on the time period. Sometimes they are very culturally different because they are actually being ruled by different people, by completely different groups. And so that meant their styles are changing. That meant a lot of different things. Generally, though, they're not super different. They are going to, worship different things, a lot of the stuff. And the other thing is that they have different crops. So the Nile Delta is a very fruitful place, but it also is a very wet environment. It's actually not nearly as like dry, and so a lot of the South is sometimes even relying on things that are coming from the North or vice versa, which was better. Ooh. So it really depends on the time period, because you will get, when we go through all the capitals, you will see there are way more capitals in the Delta than I ever expected. I did not know that there were that many capitals in the Delta. And so for a lot of time, that is a really high like concentration of like wealth and power is up there in the Delta. But yeah, I don't know if I could say which is better. I guess the thing about it is that like no matter what, the whole Nile floods. So no matter what, they get everything. Yeah, the North is going to get more trade, but the other thing is then that trade is then getting sent down to the South, because if the capital's in the South, they're going to send that trade down the South. The South obviously has a better access to the Red Sea. And they will talk about that a little bit as well. And they have better trade with Nubia in the South as well. So it's a toss up. Siwa is out like here, kind of north-ish, but Siwa is one of the furthest. Siwa is relatively close to the Libyan border, if I remember, in comparison. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess Mount Sinai is in the Sinai Peninsula, so there are some mountains. I was more talking about along the Nile River. Well, here's the thing, Addicted. They did not use north and south. So they did not, north and south was not invented. Upper and lower is dependent on whatever they wanted it to be. And so it's depended on, why it was dependent on the river and such. The Sobek area, so like the Fayum Oasis. So Siwa is an oasis. That is why it is so isolated, is that the only reason it survives is that it's an oasis. Yeah, so oasis, I don't know if I have a picture of the oases. I might have saved that for the next time. We're not going to talk about the oases that in that much detail until the next time. There might be a picture in one of these slides. But yeah, Siwa is probably, I think it's one of the furthest out. I'm not sure, Lancelot, if it's the last period, but it's like the 25th dynasty, I think, which is one of the last periods, but it's not technically the last period. Thank you for the heart, me. Yeah, it's really close to the Libyan border. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think it's like kind of straight out this way. I think it's sort of parallel with the Fayum. There are a couple here-ish. The Fayum is the only oasis. Even though it's an oasis, it's literally connected to the Nile. So it's like sort of an oasis and sort of not an oasis. But yeah. Okay, let's go through the borders. So this is most of these come from this series of maps that I found. They don't have every single time period, so I had to supplement some other ones. But I really liked this time maps, whatever this website was. I liked these ones. Thank you for the shard of hope, Lancelot. Yes, Dr. Harm, it is very, very vital. I should have actually included this. Ancient Egypt would not have been able to survive without the Nile. If they did not have the Nile, they would have died. And if they did not have the Nile flood, they probably would have also not died. The civilization would not have been able to live as long as it did. Everything, you will look at this map, everything is concentrated around the Nile, because that Nile flood every year re-irrigated their crops and allowed them to continue on. And so they do not really settle anywhere further from it because it is just desert. So the first one we'll look at is the pre-dynastic Egypt, the earliest time period in ancient Egypt. These are very, very separate communities. They are scattered throughout the Nile Valley. Many of the oldest groups are very south. So they are in places like Abydos, Hierakonpolis, Nakada, and even more south in Nubia as well. And they're sort of running like individual city-states at this point. And so this is before there's any large centralized power or unification over any larger piece of land. That first unification happens around 3000 BCE with Pharaoh Narmer. And so there is no real capital city during this point, but lots of really important individual cities. But this is very, very scattered. And so you can see it's sort of Middle Egypt to Southern Egypt, but is where it really kind of focuses on. Dr. Harm, no. So the Nile does not flood like it used to. Mostly that is because of various dams down south by Aswan, and then the biggest one being made, the Aswan High Dam being made in the 70s. So it does not, unfortunately, really flood. And it sucks because I understand the pros and cons of this is that to the ancient Egyptians, they knew to expect it. They were expectant and wanted that. They celebrated the flood season. But that also meant that they were prepared every year to, okay, we got to move house, or we got to make sure our houses are far enough away from the water, and we got to make sure there's canals for the water to go places. Like, they were prepped for this. And unfortunately, today, it's not, like, our structures are not feasibly able to do this, and people are not, unfortunately, really prepared to be able to move every single year during the flood season. And the flood season, I also will say this, flooded. So think of you're on a river. A flood is not a tidal wave that just comes down the river and just keeps on going and going. It is just that it slowly is rising over the course of about 3 months. And like that is like you're just watching it slowly rise, and it will just continue to rise until around the time that it stops. And so that is like it's we have 2 permanent housing, we have 2 permanent lives now, that it just doesn't work, unfortunately. So yes, that is the dam that they had to move a lot of monuments, and they documented a lot of things. And so for the most part, it does not flood. Yes, we are, unfortunately, dreaming infinite. We are seeing negative impacts because it is taking away the water. And some people will say that it did a lot of good, and some people will say it did a lot of harm. I was talking about this with my friend who, I love her. She's like one of my coworkers. She's so interesting. She is Egyptian, and she did her thesis on something like using like colonialism and Egypt, and I am constantly feeling inferior to her in a lot of ways, but we have very interesting conversations. And so we actually had a very long conversation about the Aswan High Dam, and how she talked about how a lot of people in Egypt were, even though they got their houses taken away, like full Nubian villages had to be moved because of the subsequent lake that formed behind the Aswan High Dam. That people were still happy about it. Like it was like they were sort of hypnotized into happy about it. And there are pluses and minuses. She is fresh out of, actually no, she is still in grad school. She is not an Egyptologist, she's Egyptian. I don't know what she wants to do with her life. She studies a lot of modern history, and so she works in our museums, and she's so cool and awesome. Fight the man may have gotten arrested with some of the anti-ice stuff happening recently. She's super, super cool, but she talked about she talks a little bit more about modern Egyptian history. But yeah, she's badass, but I'm always half confused and half happy to talk to her. Thank you so much, Tito Cat, for subscribing for 12 months. Thank you so much, my love. Probably not large stones. But honestly, the flood did entirely destroyed, whose is that? That's Amenhotep III's mortuary temple. The Colossus of, yeah, I'm so intimidated by her. Genuinely, very intimidated by her. If you get the chance, Mark, I'll introduce you because she's really cool. But, she's, yeah. I know I bet she could present her thesis, and I bet we would have some super interesting stuff. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she'd be up for that. But the entire mortuary temple of Amenhotep III, which is where the Colossus of Memnon, it was essentially destroyed because of annual floods, pretty much. They got to do it, unfortunately, Remy, I was about to say the old-fashioned way, but the old-fashioned way is the flood. But yeah, they just have to fertilize it like any normal farmer would. But you're right. The biggest thing, I think, is that they're noticing the nutritional differences of the very fertile silt that would come down the Nile. And so they sort of have to do that as much. That is a great question. We don't really have an ancient name for the Nile. Like, we sort of call it Hapi. They don't really have a very concrete ancient Egyptian name for the Nile. Sometimes it's considered the Wajware, but the Wajware just means the Great Green, and so it could literally mean a lot of things. So, all right, let's keep going towards the Old Kingdom. So with the unification of I gotta look that up in a dictionary because I don't know what I don't know words off the top of my head. I only know that one. Wajware is the only one that I know because my professor was very distinct that it is translated as sea or ocean in a dictionary, and he always said that it should not be translated as that. It should be translated literally as the Great Green, because it just like it wouldn't do anything else. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to figure that out with just the phonetics though. Itaru. It's always fun looking up this with the handwritten dictionary. Itaru. Gotta go to the end. Can't turn the page. Ooh, for a thesis? Like, how long of a thesis? Most journals won't take a full thesis. At least journals that I know wouldn't take a full thesis. Well, it depends. My thesis was like 200 pages. Was it 200 pages? I don't know. My thesis was way too long for a journal. Iteru. Oh, Iteru is just river. Oh. It could be, but I would say in my dictionary, it literally just says river. I don't have anywhere saying that it actually is the Nile. Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing. He's not a little ghost. He's a god. His name is Medjed. He's a weird little dude. But thank you, August. And thank you, Thanos, for the follow. Oh, you are? So you're writing a short? Okay. I was gonna say, I've never heard of a journal-specific, like, length thesis, but yeah, most journals will not take anything over. You'd have to look at the parameters of what they take, but the only two that I would really, I don't know. There are probably other ones, but the only two ones that I would really consider would be the American Research Center in Egypt or the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, RC or JAE. But yeah, I didn't know you could write a, I don't know. Every journal has its own, has its own thing. So, 15 to 20 pages is typical for a journal, Mark. That helps. But yeah. Yeah, I recently looked up the parameters, but I didn't look at the long end of the parameters. I looked at the tiny end because what I'm considering writing is not going to be that long. Yeah, so they could. I would have to check, honestly, with some text DOM to double check if they are using that word. If we know. From my knowledge, we don't know the word that is used specifically for the Nile. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very good question. So for unification, at the very beginning of the Old Kingdom, this is essentially almost the entire river valley that is now in Egypt. So I'm not saying the entire Nile River Valley because that goes way, way south. The entire river valley that is now in modern Egypt is essentially in what is considered ancient Egypt. So this goes from all the way to the delta, and then around Elephantine, which is just south of Aswan. And the modern Egyptian border, again, why did I do that? I do that every single time. Is just south of Aswan. And so Elephantine and Aswan so there's a little section where they don't have anything else. I don't think so, Addicted. But I'll let y'all know. OJE is anything under 10. Yeah, so I would say those are my two that I would prefer. I'm sure there are other history ones that are not Egyptology ones, but those are the two main Egyptology ones. I have heard a couple other ones, but sometimes they are themed, so it's harder to kind of find something that fits. Those are two of the best general ones. But yeah, Aswan is at the very, very south of Egypt. It's very far, far away. Or 3 articles. Whoa, that's cool. I didn't like that. I kind of like that. Why won't you scroll? Here we go. 365 pages. Dr. Hubs. That's why they call you Dr. Hubs. Hi, Mudman. Yeah, there are a lot of general theses for sure. Or general journals. I'm speaking in tongues. Yeah, I mean, those are the two those are the two Egypt ones that would definitely be a good focus. And they also, if I remember correctly, they take them rolling. There's no like specific dates to go. I was gonna say I think mine was over 200, but that was over the limit, but only because my professor told me that I had to put my entire corpus in the document. And I was like, you want me to put my entire Excel spreadsheet into my thesis? And he's like, yeah. So I had to make an entirely separate Excel spreadsheet that was simplified to put in the thesis. So that's what pushed it over. And he was fine with that. I think he knew that like only the writing. Yeah. Almost at that time it was almost 500. It was just under 500 objects. You can read my thesis. It's on my website. Yeah. No. So we've talked about this before. Yeah, he was an asshole. I've said this before, if I really, really wanted to publish my thesis, I would want to do an individual entry on every single dog. And that Excel spreadsheet is not enough. But yeah, we've talked a lot about publishing it. I am going to start with, hopefully, I don't know when I'm going to be able to do this because at this point I have literally no time. I have been wanting to write an article about dog names, and kind of a completion of a complete list currently of dog names and stuff. But I would love to write a coffee table book. Yeah, I would love to write a coffee table book. I would love to write a kid's book. I have a kid's book idea. I've actually technically made it. I made it for my friend's baby shower, and I would love to make it as a real book. But yeah, so many different things. Yeah, I would love to. Dogs of Ancient Egypt Encyclopedia would be fucking awesome. Would be so cool. But I also really like the potential. We've talked about making a wiki online. I would also like it to be much more accessible. And I would love to form a database. If I had all the money in the world and I could hire somebody, the number one thing that I would do is I want to create a website where scholars can make their own databases for like a really low fee. That is the thing that I've been wanting for like the longest time, because I would have loved to be able to make a cool searchable database where I can put everything of my dogs on there and a corpus, and then somebody can come in and say, I'm an independent researcher, I really like Shopties, I know what wikis are. We've talked about this. We've had this conversation before. Oh no, Alex, don't get stabby. Don't get stabby. But no, we've talked about this. We've talked about making this a wiki, but I really would love this to be like a formalized, like a beautiful database meant for scholars, meant for independent researchers to kind of store their data somewhere. I have a WordPress and I attempted to make it. Oh, this is the longest story ever. I've tried to make it into a WordPress and it was just going to take too long. I want it to be a searchable database, a whole big thing. Yeah, I want it to be essentially like catalog it. And I have considered making a catalog it. But yeah, it's a whole long things. I didn't go to the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. I went to Philadelphia. I did not go to Pittsburgh. I unfortunately did not. I've been wanting to go there because they have a boat. They have a Middle Kingdom boat. But no, I went to Philadelphia, not Pittsburgh. I do need to go to Pittsburgh. Because I want to go see it. I want to go see that. I went to Philadelphia, but Mallory went to Chicago. She went to a natural history museum in Chicago. to go see like the new Pokemon exhibit. But no, I went to Philadelphia, sadly. Okay, where was I? So during this time, during the entire Old Kingdom, the capital city is Memphis, which is just south of modern Cairo and is on the other side of the river from the necropoli of Saqqara, which we will talk more in detail, half of it today and half in our next lecture. When you get into the first intermediate period, this is where it gets a little complicated. So the first intermediate period, it is split between different rulers. It is going to be a long lecture. Absolutely. Everyone get prepped. So you have one group ruling in the north and one group ruling in the south. So the 7th to 8th dynasties are ruling from the former capital of Memphis in the north, and then the 9th through 10th dynasties are moved their capital to Heracleopolis, which is in the south, just south of the Fayum Oasis. And then the other group that is ruling out of the south is ruling out of Thebes, and that is the 11th dynasty. And that is happening the exact same time as the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties. They are overlapping, which is what frequently happens in these intermediate periods. And I also want to remind people, remember that these dynasties are made up. They are made up by Egyptologists to help us break down hundreds and thousands of years of ancient Egyptian history. And so this first intermediate period ends with Mentuhotep II, the last Theban pharaoh of the 11th dynasty, going up, taking over the northern 10th dynasty and reuniting the country to then start the 12th dynasty and the Middle Kingdom. And then obviously because we have two different groups, they are ruling out of different capitals and it moves around a lot. So we will talk about it. When you get to the Middle Kingdom, the borders are similar. It is that kind of just blob that goes in. No, we do not have any archaeological evidence of that at all from the Bible. Oh, are you kidding me? My headphones are going to die eventually. Okay. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So yes, the Middle Kingdom, it's focused on the Nile Valley. There is some slight expansion into the Sinai Peninsula, slight expansion out here. Oh, here's, you can see it. Here's the Siwa Oasis over here. Here's the Fafara. Here's the Dakhla. And then there's Dunkel and Salima Oasis and Baharia. And then Fayum, again, is attached to the Nile and such. We talked about if we would go through the game and look at the gnomes, but not every gnome is in the game, unfortunately. So I gotta cover them all. We'll go through the gnomes very quickly because there's not a lot of information about most of them. And so during the Middle Kingdom, the main capital is in Thebes in the south. I lost it. Where is it? Here it is. In the south, again, because Mentuhotep II, that is where he was already ruling out of, so he just continued that into the 12th dynasty. But there is a very short time period, and I don't even have it on this map, but we'll talk about it, where one pharaoh, Amenemhet III, builds a new capital up in the north. And we actually don't know where it is exactly, so that's we'll talk about that in just a second. I know. We'll talk about it. I promise. That's the number one question everyone's asked me, is about the gnomes. So, when we get to the second intermediate period, it gets more complicated again, and you have essentially, again, two different groups ruling out. Sorry, this picture is so freaking blurry. With essentially the weakened power of the 13th dynasty during the Middle Kingdom, a group called the Hyksos people, or at least what the ancient Egyptians called them, they come and settle in the Delta, and they essentially are just taking advantage of that weakened power. It's not invasion, it's settling. You can watch the whole lecture I did on them last year over on my YouTube page. Mainly they are settling in the Delta, and these are considered the 14th and 15th dynasties. And their capital is Avaris, which is over here on the eastern delta, also called Tel El Adaba. All that same time that the 14th and 15th dynasties are ruling, you have the 13th, 16th, and 17th dynasties ruling out of the south. And mostly they are ruling out of Thebes. And there is some indication at the beginning of the 13th dynasty, they were actually still ruling out of Ijawi, which is that, again, that unique capital that they were only using in that point at the kind of end of the Middle Kingdom. But we don't know where the city's actually located, so we'll talk about that later. That city probably falls to the Hyksos because it is up here, kind of in the north. At least we think it is. We will answer all questions about gnomes when I get to them. We're not there yet. So then, to top it all off, one of these groups is there is more than one group that is contemporary to the 15th and 16th dynasty, and that is called the Abydos dynasty, which you can see here in this little green bubble. And some scholars are debating its existence. If it did exist, they are ruling out of Abydos. And they may have held some land north and south of the city, but at the moment, it's not really agreed upon, and so I did not include Abydos in our capitals because we don't really know. And they're not, no matter what, they're not considered a dynasty. It's jokingly called the Abydos dynasty, but it does not get a number, so they're not really counted. And so yeah, in this period, we have these 3 sections and these very rough Abydos. I say Abydos, that is how English speakers have spoken, so that's what I will say. Yeah, Abydos? I've heard Abydos with more of an A sound. But yes. Now let's get into the New Kingdom. So with the defeat of the Hyksos by Ahmose I, it brought back Egypt all together again. And this is where the borders of Egypt are still kind of the same. They do slightly expand over into the Red Sea. They do kind of expand down into Nubia, and then it also does expand a little bit more into the Levant. And this is kind of the only time that I will ever call Egypt an empire, quote unquote, because this is really the only time that they are actively trying to conquer other people. Sorry, no, go back. Yes and no, very, very little, especially during this time period. The part that it is definitely more included is the New Kingdom. This map doesn't show it very well, but Egypt does have a little bit more of this. It's not a lot. It's genuinely not a lot, but they do have some areas over in the Levant that they have in the Middle East. Mainly this expansion is attributed to Amenhotep I. Oh god, he's here. Welcome on, Andrea Grow Beards. I have too many people in the bar tonight. I always know when he appears. Repeat your question, 3D Prema. Oh no, you just woke up. You haven't missed much. We've had so many good questions and some trolls in the TikTok chat at the very beginning of the lecture, or very beginning of the stream. But thank you for waking up. You can go back to sleep if you want. Watch out, Alex is punchy today. What do you mean, 3D Prema? The rain over the sea areas. What do you mean by that? What do you mean sea areas? Apologies. I didn't want to eat. I was gonna eat these before at the very beginning, but the crazy people in TikTok made me forget about them. Really big trebuchet. Okay. So yeah, so a lot of the expansion over into the Levant starts with Amenhotep the First. He campaigned in Nubia, and then his successor, Thutmose I, was the person who first started really campaigning in the Levant. If you haven't heard that word Levant, it's sort of somewhat antiquated, but it is used like in the historical sense to talk about what is now the Middle East. So I just keep using it. I don't know if I should stop. I probably should. So Thutmose III then solidified these campaigns and created a really strong empire that led into the height of Amenhotep III's reign. Unfortunately, Akhenaten's disinterest in foreign politics led to some of these borders shrinking, but then Seti I and Ramses II built these up again. And then eventually this dwindled back just to Egypt when the Sea Peoples raged in the Delta. Although Ramses III was able to stop them before taking Egypt and the Delta, they pretty much had taken all of Egypt's western territories in the Levant. During this time period, Thebes is the main capital of the 18th dynasty, except when Akhenaten built Akhet-Aten, and then you get into the Ramesside period where it goes from Thebes to Pi-Ramesses in the Nile Delta, and so it does change kind of at the very end. Into the third intermediate period, it also has some crazy borders. This picture is wild, and I will have to read it out to you because it's a little crazy. And it is, again, still generalized onto the Nile Valley. And essentially, during this time period, every single dynasty is ruling out of a different capital. But most of these groups are ruling one after another because they're actually invading other groups rather than coexisting together like they did in the first and second intermediate period. So you get the 21st dynasties ruling out of Tanis in the Delta. Then you get a separate group of the High Priest of Amun, and they are ruling at the same time, but the High Priest of Amun in Thebes are not considered a dynasty, so they don't get counted. The 22nd dynasty unites Egypt again, ruling out of Bubastis in the Delta, but then they broke it again, and then the 23rd dynasty is ruling out of Heracleopolis Magna. Then the Kushites kings began a slow invasion of all of Egypt, starting the 24th and then 25th dynasty. And then there are also some kings out of Sais in the 24th dynasty, but the Kushite kings are ruling out of Napata in Nubia. I did not have time, unfortunately, to go into some of the Nubian cities. I only went into a few of them, and actually most of them I think we're going to talk about next time, not this time. But yeah, I could not, there's too much. There's too many cities. There's too many cities to talk about. But yeah, so this is a whole big old thing. And then you also have the Assyrian Empire coming in and invading as well. In the late period, they get even more confusing because essentially every single dynasty is ruling different sections of Egypt. So the 26th dynasty was the Saite period, meaning they're ruling out of the city of Sais. And then they began with the unification of Egypt. So their borders were pretty wide. It does also appear that they were able to expand over into the Near East during this time as well, though not for long, because the Babylonians seem to have taken some of their land back. And then the 27th dynasty is the first Persian or Achaemenid period. So Egypt is technically underneath the Persian Empire, which is what the map you see here is. But there's no real capital in Egypt at this time. And then for the 28th, 29th, and 30th dynasties, they're super short. And they consist of native Egyptians reclaiming Egypt back from the Persians, mainly ruling out of Sais, but it's unclear how much Egypt they actually took back. And then the 31st dynasty is back with the Persians for the second Achaemenid period. Then you get the Greek Ptolemaic period. And then you have this essentially with Alexander the Great technically being called the 32nd dynasty, but not a lot of people actually refer to it as that. And Egypt is part of this Macedonian empire, and it just keeps getting bigger. And he defeats Persia, and then he essentially gets Egypt pretty much as a consolation prize. He pretty much just rides in and they're like, yeah, sure, we'll take you as our king. That's fine. Hi, Sultan. Welcome on in. Sultan Doofenshmirtz. It's a great username. We're doing a lecture all about cities and nomes of ancient Egypt. And that is not gnomes with a G, but gnomes with an N. And we're going to get there pretty soon. I'm going to keep going until we get the ad, and then we're going to take a pause. So during this time, Alexandria is definitely the seat in Egypt and later the capital when it becomes its own Ptolemaic period. And mainly the Ptolemies stick to the Nile River Valley because other parts of the Near East were ruled by other former generals of Alexander. They do hold a little bit more of the Sinai, and they also do go a little bit more west than any other pharaoh, taking over some parts of modern Libya. We are going to be talking about Amarna because today we're actually doing this in 2 parts. So the next lecture about this is going to be in 2 weeks. But we are talking about capital cities today after we talk about the Nomes. So we will talk about Amarna. Amarna is my favorite time period as well. And then the last border is the Roman Empire. So with the death of Cleopatra VII, the Romans absorbed Egypt into their empire. Alexandria is definitely still the seat of power in Egypt, but it's obviously not the capital of the Roman Empire. And that is kind of the end of capitals until eventually the Ottomans. And then, yeah, it kind of changes until Egypt becomes its own kind of sovereign nation. And obviously we know that the Roman Empire expanded really far east and west, but it honestly still did not go much more south than what is modern Egypt today. The Nubians are still kind of existing in that same time period. So the Romans don't really ever get past some of those cataracts at the very bottom. All right, we're going to take a pause because we're going to add in a couple seconds, but this is all about the Nomes. Yeah, the Battle of Actium. Absolutely. I know very little about the Battle of Actium, but what did the Romans do to anybody? Thank you so much for the follow. Typically during the week, we will do games. We do history-themed games. And then on the weekends, we either do guest lectures, or discussions. Well, Dom, you're just gonna have to watch it on YouTube when I'm done. That's okay. There are, you can find shorter ancient Egyptian timelines. The website that I used for the borders, which is Time Maps, you can see in the bottom corner, that one has, it kind of goes through the borders. It just doesn't go through them as much in detail. Yes, you will have an exam at the end of this. I have done pop quizzes for you guys, but only every so often. Maybe at the end, maybe when we do our anniversary stream, I'll do a quiz based on all of the topics that we did for this year. I think that actually might be fun. I might do that. I'm gonna write that down. Because we already did that pop quiz the last time. For one of the anniversary streams, we did I made you guys a quiz, but I made it very general. But it would be cool for anniversary stream. Host a quiz about all the lecture topics of the last year. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, I can't remember if it was anniversary or stream anniversary, but I think I like that an idea. I do. So all of my past lectures, all of my past guest lectures, and all of my past discussions, except the one we did last week, I haven't edited that one yet, are all on my YouTube, and you can watch them. They are not edited down. I will precursor that. They are not edited down. The math one is the only one that is not there, and it's my greatest regret that I missed the math one. That's the only one that I did not get. I don't need exam rules. I don't think you'll cheat. Maybe. Mark is my teacher's pet. Absolutely, Mark's my teacher's pet. I feel like a mod and a teacher's pet are like the same thing at this point. That is true. That is true. I'm sorry, Dom, that you were forced into cheating on your... Is it your native language or is it your second language? But I have thought about doing a quiz at the end, but to be honest, I just sort of kind of came to the realization about how long these lectures are. I told this to one of my coworkers, and I was like, yeah, my lectures are like 23 pages. And she's like, 23 pages? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I guess I am. Yeah, Sultan, so you can pick which god or goddess that you would like to be. You either hover over the screen and you should see, it's called Stream Avatars, or it's in a purple, it says SA. And you can click and you can decide which one you are. All right, let's talk about gnomes, baby. The Halloween ghost one is a god called Medjed. He is a very, very minor god. He is my favorite god. I might have more Brit followers, honestly. Okay. As everybody has been asking, what is a gnome? These are gnomes with an N and not gnomes with a G. So this is not a garden gnome. It's Nome. It is technically comes from ancient Greek, meaning nomos. Nomos means pasture, dwelling, and then later it means district. And so the word gnome was only used during the Ptolemaic Greek period in Egypt. Before that, the actual word, which you can see here in hieroglyphs, is sepat. And that is the word that they use for these districts. So we should be calling these sepat. But what I will say is a lot of these really only matter during the Ptolemaic period. Some of them absolutely have really old origins, but a lot of them are used during the Ptolemaic period. Yes, we've talked about this. There's so many. There are some mentioned in Assassin's Creed Origins, but not nearly all of them. So we still continuously use the word gnome. I would like it to be nomos. I think we should all campaign that we should be calling them nomos and not gnome or sepats. I'm fine with either. We know that some of these were in existence in the early dynastic age. We think at least by the Dynasty 3. So in the early Old Kingdom. We have one of these gnomes listed on a jar found beneath Djoser's Pyramid in Saqqara, which again is 3rd Dynasty. And they become relatively consistent over 3,000 years of Egypt. Very little changes, but some change capitals, some have names. The shape, the divisions of these gnomes sometimes probably change. And again, while these are definite borders, like these are bordered, it's hard to see in this picture, but I'll show you in closer up pictures. There are like lines that show the divisions of where they are. These are not like borders. These are not strict borders going from state to state in that sense. Many of these are renamed in the Ptolemaic period or Roman periods, mostly only those in the north though, which we'll talk about. So these gnomes are ruled by nomarchs, which is sometimes translated to governor. It more literally means a great chief. So it's called a Heri Tepa, Heri Tepa'a. Yes, there is a Discord. These are all my socials if you want them. But it's called a Heri Tepa'a. A'a is the word for great, and then a Heri Tep is somebody who's in charge, someone who's in the front, in charge of things. So that is the name of kind of these nomarchs that are ruling. Some of these positions are hereditary, so they go from father to son, but others may have been appointed directly by the pharaohs themselves. At certain times, these are the very, very powerful, and these nomarchs can actually rise up like they do in the first intermediate period, and they can become very, very powerful. We're going to rapid fire go through all of these gnomes. I'm only going to mention the number of the gnome, their Egyptian name, their capital, if they had a patron god or goddess in this gnome that they focused on. And I will say a lot of these capitals of these gnomes were sometimes capitals of entire Egypt, or it's a huge cult center. So if I don't go into detail about that city, I either know literally nothing about it, or we are going to talk about it at the end of this lecture or in June's lecture. So I'm going to just precursor this. If I just skip over a city name that seems like an important city name, don't ask me about it because we're going to get to it. I promise you. I will mention what I can about some of these smaller cities during this section. We have 20 gnomes in Lower Egypt. So remember, Lower Egypt is in the north. And then we have 22 gnomes in Upper Egypt. And then we'll also, within this, we'll talk about where is the division between Upper and Lower Egypt. And you will be surprised about how north that border is. So we have here, you can see, this is the border of what is north and south. It is just north of the Fayum Oasis. That is the division between north and south. Yeah, there are gnomes that we have very little information about. It honestly would be better to look up different cities in that gnome and find information about excavations happening at that city. Because in general, there's just some information that's not really available, unfortunately. So, for gnome number 1, which we generally, the gnomes in Lower Egypt go from the south to the north. Well, they go from south to, how do I describe this? They go from south to west and then cross over the delta to the east. If you can see these numbers, though there are some, there's 8 is over here. So it's very arbitrary in this. When you get to Upper Egypt, it makes way more sense. They go in order. So number 1 is going to be here in the south. That is, the Egyptian name is the Anub Hedge, meaning the white walls. The Greek name is the Memphites, and the capital is Mennefer or Memphis, and their main deity is Ptah, and we're going to talk about Memphis plenty in just a bit. Gnome number 2, which goes from, I guess, about like here to here-ish, which even Memphis is not included. I don't know where the division of 2 is. Somewhere up here. It is called Kepesh. It actually translates literally to cow thighs. If you look at the hieroglyph, you can see it's a thigh of a cow. That's probably the only reason why. The Greek name is the Letopolites, and their capital is Kem, or later Letopolis. So Letopolis is mentioned, or Kem is mentioned as far back as the Old Kingdom, but the only monuments at the site, which is called Ausim today, date to the reign of pharaohs in the late period, like Necho II, Psamtik II, Hakor, Nectanebo I. So very, very late. And the main deity that was worshipped in this region is going to be Horus, and specifically a form of Horus called the Kenti Irti, or the Kenti Kenti. So just one of the various forms of the falcon god Horus. Number 3, you go all the way back up here. So essentially where Alexandria kind of is. And this is called Imentet, or the West. So it's the very western part of the Delta. The Greek name is the hardest word I'm ever going to be able to pronounce. The Gynankopolites? Gynankopolites, probably? Yes. And then you have, its capital is called Emu or Apis. I don't even think it's on this map, to be honest. And the site was originally called Per Neb Emu, or the House of the Lord of Ships. It also dates back to the Old Kingdom and appears to have been an important site for transporting cattle between regions, which is a very fascinating thought that I never really considered, that maybe cattle is a big deal more north than maybe south. The exact site of that city has not actually been located, but the archaeological site of Qom el Hisn appears to be close, as there's a temple to Sekhmet Hathor, and then a larger necropolis was found there. And the main deity is going to be Hathor in this region. Yes, the cow fairy. I think that is literally, the cow fairy is something that you might need more often in the Delta than you would just across the river once. The Delta obviously has so many bigger branches of the Nile that you might need that cow fairy. Then you have number 4. Number 4 is back a little bit south down here. And then number 4 is called Neith Risi, or Southern Neith. Neith is a goddess of war. She's got a shield and stuff. The Greek name is Prosophites. The capital is something called Nisiu. I could find very little information, because the problem is that there doesn't seem to be a main deity, although you would suspect it probably has to do with Neith. But it does appear that Nome 4 and Nome 5, which I think is all in this sort of straight area in between these branches of the Nile, were either together at one point or they were separated in a different way. So there's actually another capital of Nome number 4, which is called Piteka, and they worshipped Sobek, Isis, and Amun in this Nome. And so I found very little information about both of these historic capitals. But one is probably located under the city of Tanta, which is the 7th most populous city in Egypt today. Head off to a movie screening. Yeah, exactly. And then number 5 again in here. So again, why is 7 over here? I don't understand the order of any of these gnomes in the Delta. Up here you got number 5, and you have, it is called Neith Mehet. No, I can't read that. Neith Metet, or Northern Neith. And the Greek name is going to be Saites, or the capital is going to be Sao or Sais, which you can see here. And then the main deity is also Neith. The numbers, actually, that's a great question. I don't know who numbered them. I don't know who numbered them. That's a very great question. I don't know, because I don't think the Egyptians or the Ptolemaics numbered them. I think they were just known by their name. I should look that up. That actually is a pretty good question. Yeah, the river barges of the cows. That was a random thing to find. I'm just gonna look, this is probably not gonna be an exact answer, but I'm wondering if the Wikipedia has like who referenced, like who, I'm sure there's like something in the references or something. Like, I just wonder. Oh, I'm going to guess based on this, based on the thing of that Wolfgang Helck wrote a book called The Ancient Egyptian Gnomes in 1974, and with chapters on all known individual gnomes. I'm going to propose that he may have numbered this. That seems a little recent in comparison, 1974, but it is it's the only thing in this bibliography that is a specific publication on gnomes. Oh, he's got a Wikipedia. Let me see if it says something about it. It's very much in German. Oh my god, it's so German. Oh my god, he's got so many publications. How have I never heard of this guy before? This man has a lot of publications. He's a German Egyptologist, considered to be one of the most important Egyptologists of the 20th century. From 1956 to 1979, he was a professor at University of Hamburg. He remained active after his retirement. Together with the Wolfhard Westendorf published the German Lexicon der Egyptology, the Encyclopedia of Egyptology. He was a member of the German Archaeological Institute. And he was a prisoner of war. His name, Hans Wolfgang Helck. I've never heard of this guy. He's much more recent than most Egyptologists that I kind of know. He only died in 1993. Somebody asked who invented these, who numbered the gnomes that we're talking about, and I didn't know the answer. And so I'm proposing it's him just because he wrote an entire book about gnomes, but I don't know positively. And the other thing is, it's fully in German, so I'm never going to be able to know permanently if he actually did that. But hi, Maddie. Welcome on in. Dom, I actually know the answer to that one. There are two scholars that yell back and forth in publications about the rules of Senate. And those are very, very recent. But yeah. Okay, next group. So gnome number 6 up here, kind of in the top center point. They know the basics, but there are two people that argue back and forth. Nobody knows nobody wrote it down in ancient Egypt. It's just two people who are arguing on game theory. And they're both very similar. It's just a lot of semantics and specific stuff. I can't remember the name of them, but I can find them pretty easily if you're curious. One of them published his dissertation on it. Everything is just a theory. Let me think of his... I actually have a lot of writings on Senate because I did a paper on it. So remind me later or send me a message. I have some of the documents in my stuff. Okay, what was I thinking? Number 6. Gnome number 6. Is the Egyptian name is Kasu'u, or mountain bull. Its Greek name is Zotes with an X, which is interesting. I know, they're not theories. I think that's like the most thing that I'm so super annoyed that like it's not a theory, it's hypotheses, because nobody uses that word. Nobody uses hypotheses or nobody uses theory the way it's supposed to be used. Yeah, it's a semi-tactile. As long as some of the spaces are incised. Sometimes they're not. So then the capital was also called Kasu, or Zois. I can't say that word. How do you start a word with an X? Zois. Which is not here on the map. The city is located on an island on the Seminitic and Fontanitic branches of the Nile. Did you know that each branch of the Nile has its own name? I knew some of them, but I did not know all of them. And those are some new ones that I've learned. It appears to have been a pretty important city to the Hyksos people during the Second Intermediate period, although it was not their capital city. And the gnome number 6, mainly focuses on Amun-Ra. Number 7, which jumps back over here to this section, is called Hu'u Ges Imenti, or the West Harpoon, and they are called the Melanites from the Greeks. The capital is Immense, or Western Hermopolis Parva. You can see Hermopolis Parva here. Also called Miletus. And we are going to talk about this one in a bit because it is kind of confusing because there are a couple different places called Hermopolis. And the main deity is Hu. And if you haven't heard of this god, he's the personification of a religious term meaning the creative utterance, meaning that he is a deification of the first word, which was the word that created the world, that was said by Atum. Hu! H-U, Hu! And he is rarely depicted visually, but it was a very important concept as a creative power of Atum or Amun. Has someone already done the gnomes joke? Yes, friend at arms. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it goes along with the concept that Atum spoke it and it became as it is, and how at the very beginning of the world. It's because the joke has already been said so many times, so much so that it's literally in the timer that I made before we even got it. Yeah, it's who's on first, absolutely. When we get to number 8, you get Hu'u Ges Iapti, or East Harpoon. You'll notice that there's a pattern with some of these gnomes being east or west. And then it was also called Hieropolites by the Greeks. And the capital was Tek, Iset, Tem, Per Atum, or Hieronpolis, or Pithom, which I found so little information of, sadly. And their main deity is Atum. That's number 8. So that's all the way over here. You can see this. Maddie, I thought you said that. I thought you said that on purpose, but that was... Thank you, Nelly, for including yourself in the chat. But yeah, 8 is somehow all the way over here. It's not even, it doesn't even look like it's on a Nile, on a Nile branch. Then we get to number 9, which is called Adjeti, and it's named after actually a local god. And he is a god centered on the 9th gnome specifically. Where's the 9th gnome? The 9th gnome is here, right in their dead center. So Adjeti is possibly a precursor to Osiris. He's a new god. I didn't know about this guy. And he is like this really, really old pre-dynastic god. And then he later gets actually known as Busiris by the Greeks. But Osiris definitely becomes also a pretty big god in this gnome specifically. So the pharaoh is actually identified with Adjeti in the pyramid texts, but then essentially he is rarely mentioned after that point in favor of Osiris worship. If you didn't know, Osiris is not really he doesn't really start to get mentioned until, I think I read this, I think it's like 4th or 5th dynasty. He doesn't get mentioned at the very, very beginning. Like, he doesn't get mentioned in pyramid texts, like at the very beginning. It starts actually with this guy Adjeti, which is super interesting. I have to do a video on him because he's a new one I haven't heard of before. So the Greek name of this area is the Busirites. The capital is going to be Jedu or Busiris, which we'll talk about later. And then again, the main deity is Adjeti, and then later Osiris. Number 10, which is right there, right next to 9. That is called Kemwer or Ka-Kem. Meaning great bull or black bull. The Greek name is the Athrabites, and the capital is Hut-Her-Ib or Athribis. So this site is occupied since the Old Kingdom. It's mentioned during the reign of Sahu-Re. There's still not much remaining at the site, but they have had some larger lion statues have been found at the site that are at the Egyptian Museum today. There's also some larger temples built in the 3rd Intermediate period. But its really big boom is in the Ptolemaic period, where there's a lot of Greek and Roman occupation, and there was a large pottery workshop built there as well. And they are still excavating Tel Athrib today. I've actually done quite a few Egypt news videos about some of their discoveries over the past couple years. I keep recognizing Tel Athrib as a place that they are talking about. And the main deity that they worship in this area is going to be Horus, which makes sense because it's very close to Heliopolis, which is Ra Horus town. Next one, number 11, which is just north of that of number 10, is going to be Ka Heseb or Heseb Bull. This is called the Leontopolites. Remember the difference? There is Leontopolites and there is Letotopolites. They keep looking the same and they are different, and I keep confusing them in my brain. Oh, that is a very good question. Yes, I'll talk about it more in the next lecture, but if you don't know what a tell is an Arabic word for hill or mound. And so typically it is used in Egyptian archaeological contexts and Near Eastern archaeological contexts. And it becomes sort of it is a hill, and it probably was an area where a city was at some point. And so a lot of archaeological sites are called Tel El Amarna. Tel El Amarna is not a hill. I also will clarify. It's sort of, it now has become, it does not always apply to a hill, if that makes sense. But yes, Tel El Daba, Tel El, yeah. So it really comes from, honestly. So yes, I'm pretty sure Tel Aviv does come from the same thing. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't doubt it is. Because to be honest, I don't think it's really an Egyptian word. It is an Arabic word. I think it more often applies to Near Eastern contexts, but a lot of the archaeologists who would excavate Near Eastern sites would also excavate Egyptian sites. And so I think the hill portion of it much more applies to Near Eastern contexts than it actually does for Egyptian contexts. I'm trying to think of any of like tells in like ziggurat, like the literal ziggurats were tells, like that was how they called them if they didn't know the actual name of the place. But a lot of Egyptian sites have this. Tel Ethrebus, Tel El Daba, Tel El Marna, a lot of them have that label, even though, yeah, Tel El Daba, like there's so many. That doesn't really mean that they're hills. But not every archaeological site. San El Hagar is Tanis, like a lot of them, they are either named after the nearby village or the nearby city, or are given sort of a name. Yes, we said that, Silver. Tel with one L is Hebrew for the same thing. Yes. So that's kind of the weird part about it, is that Amarna has so many names. So we'll talk about it in a little bit, but Akhenaten is the name that the Egyptians gave it. Tel El Amarna is technically, I think, the village that's next to it. And then it gets named for the archaeological site, and then we shorten it to just say Amarna. It was never called Amarna. Amarna is not what even the village is called, I'm pretty sure. So yes, it is the same Amarna, but it is Tel El Amarna is its formal name. Amarna is just a shortened thing that they did to call it the Amarna period. It shouldn't be called the Amarna period. And actually somebody argued that in one of my videos recently. They're like, it shouldn't be called the Amarna period. I'm like, yeah, you're right, but they're not going to change it now. They're not going to change it now, obviously. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. But yes, it is definitely, I think, stems from Near Eastern archaeology and then has been borrowed by Egyptology. Hi, Tax2. Welcome on in. I need a drink. Oh my God, it's 9 o'clock. Okay. I think we're doing decent. Maybe. We'll see. Which was I on? Oh, I was on 11. So Ka Heseb, or the Heseb bull. And then the Greek name is the Leontopolites. Again, the Leon rather than Leton. Leto is here. Leon is up here. Very similar, but not the same. Their capital is Teramu or Ikenu or Leontopolis. We'll talk about that one later. And the main deity in that nome is going to be the goddess Isis. Number 12, which is all the way up here, up on the coast. Number 12. And that is going to be called Cheb Ka or Cheb Necher, which means calf or cow. And the Greek name is Sembenetes. It's like, I can't even say that word. Here, number 12. No, go back. There we go. Sembenetes. I can't say that word. The capital is going to be Cheb Necher or Sembenitos or Samanund, which we will also talk about later. And their main deity is going to be called Anhur. Anhur is a war god, a little bit of a rare one, not one we'll talk about a lot. Number 13, which is all the way down here for some reason on this side of the Nile Delta. It is called Heka-Agi or Prospering Scepter. Its Greek name is the Heliopolites. Again, this is Inuu or Heliopolis. So this is actually, Heliopolis is on this side of the river, so that gets included into this nome. And we are going to talk about Heliopolis a lot. So it's not actually just the cities. These are referring to the entire Nomes. And mainly, like, it is like just based on what they wanted and what they needed at the time. But when we talk about cult centers in the next lecture, a lot of this is going to have to do with their belief of the origin story of a lot of these gods and goddesses, or the burial places of these gods and goddesses. And then some are very much going to be what they need, like a border, a nation that's going to have a border on somewhere else. They might pick a war god over another god. But yeah, there are definitely some of these minor deities that are worshipped in these Nomes that are very rarely worshipped over the entirety of Egypt. In some cases, it might be where they were literally invented, if that makes sense. Okay, number 14. I'm sorry, I have to keep turning my head back and forth because I don't know where any of these are in 14. Oh, 14 is all the way here on the edge. All the way on the edge. So this is going to be Kenti Iabti, or Foremost of the East. The Greek name is Setherites, and then the capital for this one is going to be Tanis, even though for some reason Tanis is all the way over here. Don't ask me why, but Tanis is all the way over here. Apparently is not the 19th dynasty, 19th Nome, but again, these Nomes I think change over time a little bit, so it gets a little confusing. Sorry, I just saw a comment on YouTube that I want to... Okay. And we'll talk about Tanis a lot, don't worry. And maybe Indiana Jones. Number 15 down here in the center is called Jehudi, or Thoth. And in the Greek, it's called Medesios. The capital is Ba, or Hermopolis Parva. This is where it gets a little confusing. So there are 3 different cities in ancient Egypt called Hermopolis. 2 of these cities are in the Delta, and they make up the capital of this Nome, and then the other Nome that we mentioned. What is it? Nome 7, I think. Yeah, Hermopolis Parva, and then here is other Hermopolis. And then there is also one in the south that is called Hermopolis Magna. So Parva means little, Magna means big. So Hermopolis Parva, or Small Thoth, is split between the eastern and western cities. So the eastern city is the capital of the 15th Nome, again, right over here. And that is on a canal to the east of the Nile between the Tanitic and the Medesian branches of the river. And then the western capital, again, is the capital of the 7th Nome, and that is on a canal linking Lake Mareotis, which is over here, to the Canopic branch of the Nile. And so, yes, Hermopolis, for those who don't know, is named after Hermes. Hermes was very much identified with the god Thoth, and I think another god as well. I think he also gets identified with Anubis a little bit, if I remember correctly. So they get a lot of different stuff. But in this case, for Nome number 15, it is Thoth is the main deity in this area. The last the last five of in Lower Egypt are going to be number 16, which is up here, just north, or just east of number 15. That is called the Hatmiet, or the fish, or the foremost of the fish. The Greek name is the Mendesios. And then their capital is going to be Jedet, or Mendes, and we're going to talk about that city later. And the main deity is this deity that always has the longest name of my life, which is Ba-Nebjet, which is the Ba, or the part of the soul of the god Osiris, as well as the god Hatmiet, which is a fish goddess. Goddess? I think it's a goddess. I was thinking that way too much for a second. Number 17, which is up here, again on the coast, is called Betet, or Sema Bedet, and that means throne or uniting the throne. The Greek name is Diospolites Kato, and the capital is going to be Sema Bedet, or Diopolis Inferior. You are right, it does have a T at the end. It means it is a goddess. I can't remember her for a second, but yes, I'm pretty sure she's a fish goddess. But you're right. I should know the female ending. I remember my hieroglyphs, at least a little bit. So this city, Sema Bendet, or Diopolis Inferior, dates also back to the Old Kingdom. It does have a different name during the New Kingdom. It's called Pa-Iu en Amun, meaning the island of the god Amun. There are lots of temples built on this site, including some from the Ramesside period, the 26th and 30th dynasties. And then there's also cemetery for elite citizens near the temple as well. But unfortunately, a lot of the stones got removed and reused, but there have been some excavations, including an unpublished one by Howard Carter in 1913, though all of his documentation is at the Griffith Institute about the excavation. And that gnome, their main deity is going to be Amun-Ra. Number 18, which is down here next to Bubastis, is called the Imenti-Keti, or the Southern Prince. The Greek name is going to be the Bubastites. The capital is going to be Per-Bastet, or Bubastis. And the main deity is going to be Bastet, or Bast. And we will talk about the city as well later. And then number 19 is up here, again, close to Tanis, but apparently not part of the same gnome. Their Egyptian name is Amenti-Pu, or Northern Prince. The Greek name is the Tanites, and the capital is Janet, or Leontopolis Tanis. So a totally separate city that has the same name, but not the same name, of two different cities. And the main deity in this area is going to be Wajet. And number 20 is over here, snuck up in between 18 and 19. And this is the gnome of Sopdu, which is named after the god. Sopdu is the god of a god of the sky and of the eastern border of ancient Egypt. He is the son of the god Sa, who is a personification of the constellation of Orion, and the son of the goddess Sopdet, or Sothis, the goddess representing the star Sirius. This really makes sense because number 20 is essentially on that road towards the eastern border of Egypt, towards the Near East at this point. Interestingly, the Greek name of this gnome is Arabia, which is, I think, probably actually has to do with some things that happened later, but I found that very interesting. The capital in this area is going to be Per Sopdu, and means house of Sopdu. And there are several monuments that were built there by Pharaoh Nectanebo I that were found in the 1800s. 4 shrines were found dedicated to Sopdu, Shu, Tefnut, and then an unknown 4th god. 2 of them actually were not found in Per Sopdu, but were found at nearby sites, but they had probably been moved, so everything was probably originally there. And then, of course, their main deity is Sopdet, which is weird because why would they not make it Sopdu? But it's actually his mother is the main deity who's worshipped there. I don't doubt all 3 of them are being worshipped there, probably semi-equally. Upper Egyptian gnomes. Okay. So I think it's just honestly fascinating to me that it literally, the division between Upper and Lower Egypt is literally, Memphis is literally so far north. But I guess I will say I underestimate the Delta. I don't think of the Delta a lot when I think of Egypt. But I'm now learning that there's a shit ton of stuff in the Delta. But unfortunately, a lot of it is just not as well preserved as some of the stuff that is along the Nile. That's kind of the very big difference between the Delta and the Nile. And so you do kind of get that weird separation that we don't have, unfortunately, a lot of really, really good preserved cities in the Delta because it is more of a wet environment, and it's just not going to preserve as well as some of the places down south. As you will notice, these gnomes don't get Greek names because the Greeks did not care. Mostly because, again, they are really focused on Alexandria, obviously focused on the Delta. So they do not give any Greek names to the Nomes themselves. Some of the cities definitely have Greek names, but the Nomes do not. And remember, there are 22. There is 2 extra in Upper Egypt. So the nice part is they go from the south to the north. So it's so much easier to find the ones that you're looking for. So going all the way down into the south, we have Nome number 1, which is called Ta Seti, or called the Land of the Bow. The capital is going to be Abu, or Yeb, or Elephantine. And we will talk about that next time when we talk about big cult centers. And the main deity that is down there is going to be Khnum, surprisingly. It's not who I expected it to be, but Khnum, the creator god. Nome number 2, which is up here a little bit. Obviously, Sobek is also heavily worshipped there, but there's a lot of deities that are worshipped in the area of Aswan. It's kind of more specific. Cities have specific worship, like Komombo is a Sobek cult center. Elephantine later very much gets attributed to Isis and things like that, but the whole entire Nome is more focused on Khnum. Number 2 is a little small one in comparison to number 1, but it is called Wetez Hor, or Throne of Horus. The capital is Jebah, or Edfu, also called Apollo Onpolis Magna. No, I'm 99% sure crocodiles did live pretty much in the most part, because we talk about this a little bit later. Kamombo is a huge crocodile main cult center, but also the Fayum Oasis all the way up here in the north is a big part. I don't know if they were up in the Delta. I'm assuming they were. The dams have now stopped them. There are no actually, I don't know if there are still crocodiles in Egypt, in the Egypt part of the Nile. But obviously they cannot travel nearly as far because the dams are there. But ancient Egypt did not have any dams in the Nile. So we have Edfu. And Edfu is a specific cult center, which we'll talk about next time, for Horus Bedeti, who is Horus of Edfu. This is a very particular form of Horus who is actually considered to be the husband of Hathor, which is very unique. And we'll talk about that more because there's a very big cult center for Horus in Edfu. Number 3 is right above it. That is called Neken, or Shrine. The capital is also called Neken. It is later called Hierakonpolis. And unsurprisingly, the main deity is Nekbet. She is a vulture goddess of Upper Egypt, who eventually becomes one of the 2 patrons of a unified Egypt. If you see the vulture and the cobra sitting on the brow of King Tut's sarcophagus, she is going to be the vulture in that case. And then number 4 is a very important one. This is going to be Waset, or the Was Scepter. The capital is going to be Waset, or Thebes, which is now Luxor. And their main deity is going to be Amun-Ra, although it originally is Montu, and we will talk about that when we talk about Thebes next. You go just north of that, you get to number 5, which is called Bekui, or the 2 falcons, or it is also called Net Jerui, the 2 gods, or it is called Herui, the 2 Horuses. How could we have so many? We could have so many different names for that gnome, but we just do. The capital in this case is going to be Gebtu, or Iter Shema, or Koptos. This is a very important city from the pre-dynastic period and on. It's the starting point for the 2 great caravan routes that lead to the Red Sea. Not any of these. This is ancient Egypt. Old white people didn't exist. No, that's a lie. I mean, that is sort of not a lie, but it is sort of a lie. But not in this case. None of these are all ancient, so nothing old white men. So the two main roads to get to the Nile Delta, to the I can't talk, to the Red Sea, is going to be on coming from this gnome. There essentially are two roads that go that essentially the entirety of the South only uses to get to the Red Sea, and they come out essentially in between Coptos and Kenna, very, very close. It's sort of the one part that gets really west, or east, sorry, to be able to get those roads to go out to that. The site, Iu Shenshen, was the capital of the Nome for a time at the end of the Old Kingdom as well. And yes, their deity is going to be Min. He is the big fertility god, but he actually started off as a sky god. He had a thunderbolt as his symbol, and then he later becomes a big fertility god, rising in prominence in the Middle Kingdom. He's also then later associated with Horus, becoming Min Horus, and then later with Amun, becoming Min Amun Ka Mutef, or Min Amun, bull of his mother. So Min is a pretty popular god in that area. It's number 6. Yeah, he's got his dick out. So number 6 is up here, kind of at this bend in the Nile where it really turns around. This is called Iker, or Meshe, meaning the crocodile. The capital is Iunet, also called Tentria or Dendara. And we will talk about Dendara. It's a huge cult center for the goddess Hathor, which was one of the main deities of this region. The next one, number 7, is a little skinny one here. This one is called Bat, or Sheshesh, meaning the goddess Bat, or Sistrum, which again, if you don't know Bat is a pre-dynastic goddess who essentially gets absorbed with Hathor, because they are both bull or cow goddesses. They are very, very, very similar, and because essentially these two areas that are very next to each other with Dendera and this area, they just essentially get conflated together, but the gnome still holds her name. This city is called, the capital city of that area is called Sheshesh Pa Ken Imment Uasme, they have so many different names, or Diopolis Parva. And then again, the main deity is Hathor. Originally is going to be the goddess Bat, but way, way, way back then. Number 9. So number 9 goes a little bit, oh no, wait, I skipped 8. Sorry, 8. 8, right here. So 8 is called Tawer, or the Great Land, very simple. And the capital is going to be Thinis, which we are going to talk about. And then the main deity is going to be on her. This is also where Abydos is, and it's very weird that Abydos is not the capital, but we'll talk about Abydos in a little bit. And it's also a really big, Abydos itself is a cult center for Osiris. So on her again is a war god, a kind of rare war god, but a war god. Then you get to number 9 up here. This one's called Min, and it is named after the god. The capital is either called Ipi, Ipu, Apu, and then later Kent Min, or Arti Heru, also called Panopolis. This is the modern city of Akhmin, which you will see here. And this is one of the suggested places as the hometown of Queen Tia's parents, Yuya and Tuya, because both of them were priests and priestesses of the god Min. And so, unsurprisingly, that area is very big on Min worship. And then number 10, very small one up here, is called Wadjet, named after, again, the goddess. Wadjet is the other half of the goddesses that represent a united Egypt, with her representing Lower Egypt, which is super weird that they have an Upper Egyptian gnome named after her. Yes, I will say addicted. If I skip over a city, it is because I'm going to talk about it later. So if any of those questions involve one of the cities that I just skip over very quickly, but you're always available to ask questions. I'm just giving that precursor that the reason I'm skipping talking about any details of cities is because we're going to talk about it either during this lecture or in the next lecture. Yeah, so Wadjet is the cobra of the vulture. So it's Wadjet and Nekhbed together. They become the Upper and Egypt representatives. And so when you see, technically I will say, when you see a Uraeus that's in the center, it's not always going to be Wadjet. The bigger thing is when you look at Tutankhamun or I think one of the tombs of Tanis, one of the things of Tanis have it. If you see them both together, that is Upper and Lower Egypt is what they are representing. When it's just the Uraeus, I don't know if that technically represents Wadjet, because that would only technically mean that he rules in one section of Egypt, which is kind of not the same. We'll talk a little bit about that when we get to capitals. But I don't think we know how these borders formed, to be honest. I think mostly the general idea is that these borders are formed essentially because they are just focused on one city. And it's just like what one city can rule. And so it might have stemmed out of like very, very early city-states, but I don't think we know exactly how these borders formed. Yeah. I don't have a really good answer because I just don't think we know a lot of... Some of these gnomes we know so little about. Because if they're not involved with the pharaoh, they don't get recorded very well, to be honest. That's a good question, though. Yeah, so number 10 is for Wadjet. It's named after Wadjet, but even though Wadjet is actually... She is a goddess of Lower Egypt, not Upper Egypt. So it's weird that she's being represented, but that's okay. She is typically a cobra goddess. She's also a cobra with wings a lot of times as well. The capital is Juka or Chebu or I can't say that. Antiopolis, which I don't think I found a lot of information on that one. And then the main deity in that area is also going to be Hathor. Hathor is she's a much bigger god later. I don't think so. I don't think we know anything specifically like that. I can't think of anything specific, unfortunately. Specific examples. There are definitely areas where certain nomarchs became very, very powerful and could have risen up against them, but I don't know of any super specific instances in my brain right now. Yeah, I'm trying really hard to think of anything, and I can't really think of things. From the research I did, it seems that most of these say not the gnomes themselves. No, I said that the gnomes are relatively. Some of the nomarchs could have. I don't think. I just can't think of an example. That's the problem. I feel like there is one, but I just can't think of anything. I didn't mean that they were actively at odds with the pharaoh. I'm saying that they were powerful enough with what they had in their gnome that they could do something if they wanted to. Especially when the pharaoh was very weak. And technically, I guess I'll say this. Technically, during the intermediate periods, when they start splitting up, that is because of the pharaoh being weak, and so that one nomarch can rise above, but it's not always exactly a nomarch. There are definitely times of uprisings. They're not very well recorded, but there absolutely are. The big dealio is that the Egyptian pharaohs think that they are a god, but did every single person in ancient Egypt consider him a god? That's less likely. A lot of times you kind of have to take sort of the rose-colored glasses of assuming that everybody had the same religious and spiritual beliefs in Egypt, which I think for the most part nobody's really taught that because they can't, that nuance is very hard to gauge as well. But thinking about the world around them, that there are people that are living so far away from the pharaoh at this time that are very, very rarely ever interacting with them or seeing anything. If you don't live in the capital, you are very, very disconnected from that life. And so it is a personal belief of mine, and there are a couple scholars who have talked about this, but not very extensively, that a lot of people might be very secular. I mean, it would look like a battle potentially. The other thing about it is that if the pharaoh is very weak, they could just kind of take it over with relatively unscathed stuff. But it just depends on what time period you're talking about. But yeah, I guess the thing is that the intermediate periods are the times where we do know that other rulers start popping up in other places and claiming that they are pharaoh. But yeah, I don't know what an uprising would necessarily look like. It might be that you're starting to take over other gnomes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not making alliances with them, or like it. I don't know. This is hard for me to wrap my head around. I did not study up on gnome uprisings. All right, we're gonna have an ad in a second, so ask all your questions. I'm not gonna say conflict. Well, okay, we'll say this. So hard to describe. It's not like conflict, because there are battles with, well, I guess it's the most internal conflict that you get. Yes. There aren't necessarily huge battles in the intermediate periods, and it's not really now considered like a dark period, and it's not really considered, it's just there's so many pharaohs. They're all kind of ruling super short time periods. There's different pharaohs ruling different parts of Egypt relatively peacefully and then not peacefully at some points. And so it's just a time of general, like, confusion. I don't know how else to describe it. Alright, now the ad has started. Sorry, I'm just checking my email. Yeah, it doesn't always have to mean that like everyone was suffering during that time. It just gets very complicated, and like some people may never have even noticed anything changed, to be honest. Like, we don't know how did these cities that were very far away from capitals, how did they learn about what was going on in the capital? Like, how did information pass between these people? And so we don't really know if they would notice that a pharaoh died every 2 years. Like a pharaoh took over another pharaoh for like every, I think it's the first or the second intermediate period has like 100 pharaohs, like known pharaohs, and we know nothing about most of them. We know like so little about some of them. Very complicated era, and unfortunately very not well recorded era. So that's the other problem, is that we also just don't know a lot about what happened. Again, sometimes the pharaohs, we only know about a pharaoh because of one artifact that has their name on it. That is it. It's in our cartouche. That means there's a pharaoh, but we have no idea who ruled before him. We know who ruled after him. We just have his name once. There are so many pharaohs like that in the first intermediate period that we know nothing about. No, the Narmer is actually pretty well attested for the pre-dynastic period. Narmer's on quite a few things. We have the Narmer mace head. Narmer is mentioned quite a few times. But there are some pre-dynastic pharaohs that are also on like only one object. But the Narmer palette's got quite a few. Narmer has quite a few objects. Narmer mace head is one of them. I think he's mentioned on the Questel candle holder. Is he mentioned on that one? It's not Questel. What is that called? I always forget that name. Sorry, I forgot you guys were in an ad. Narmer is actually very well attested on a lot of objects. So he's on the Narmer palette, but there's also a Narmer mace head. There's quite a few other objects that Narmer is named on. I think there's a candle burner that might have his name on it. He's pretty well attested, but there are some pre-dynastic pharaohs that are not well attested either. They only have like one or two objects. For sure. For sure. That is a pretty common thing. Yeah, that is definitely a potential. And that's the kind of complicated thing is with this intermediate period, we don't know how long a lot of these pharaohs ruled for, and so it's just very like back and forth. Yeah, and I will say there's that side to look at it, Sultan, and then the other side of it is that they also were never powerful enough to be able to make larger monuments for themselves with their names on it. That's kind of the other side of it, is that yes, maybe sometimes they were trying to be a race, but then sometimes they literally are just, a lot of the intermediate periods, they're in survival mode. They are like, we don't have time to make art. We don't have time to make monuments. We just have to live. And so art is put on the back burner. And that is why we don't have a lot of the stuff. Yeah, that's why I hate Ramses II. Ramses II had a serious problem where he was terrified of being forgotten. And that is so imminent to me that like he was terrified of being forgotten. And I think it's just so ironic that he lived so long. Which is just so funny to me. Could a pharaoh not be remembered simply for the fact that they weren't well, like, yeah, in some cases. Yeah, absolutely. There are pharaohs that were purposely removed, yes, but a lot of these intermediate, well, I guess the thing is, we don't know with these intermediate period pharaohs if that is the case. Most of the time we know, most of the time we sort of know which ones were tried to be purposely removed. Okay, where did I end? I think I needed to do... Oh, 11. We need to go to the next slide. Okay. I think we're making okay time. Maybe. So, number 11. Again, we're kind of up here. 11's a pretty small one, surprisingly. 11 is called Shah, specifically named after the Set animal. Is that right? That might not be right. Glamma Slamma Mike, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. We are talking about ancient Egyptian gnomes, and not gnomes with a G, but gnomes with an N. And then we are going to talk about ancient Egyptian capital cities next. But welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if it's actually... Oh, it's after the Set animal. Excuse me. The Set animal, not Set itself. We are going to make it to the next. Yes, we are. Don't look at me. This is almost over. There are so many theories. I personally believe that he is a made-up animal or a combination animal. That is my personal opinion and such. So the capital city of this area is Shas-Hotep or Hypselis. This city is first mentioned in texts dating to the first intermediate period. It's also where the tomb of the two brothers was found, which dates to the Middle Kingdom, and is the burial is now at the Manchester Museum. I talked about it in a recent podcast episode. You can go to my Patreon for $1 a month and listen to the podcast, Voices on Denial, if you're interested. And Khnum is in particular called the Lord of Shas-Hotep in this area. And so he is one of the main gods that is worshipped in this area. Number 12, again, a very small one. It looks like 11 is on one side of the Nile and 12 is on the other side, which is a little odd, but okay, that's fine. Whatever they want, they can do. The Egyptian name is Jufet, called Viper Mountain, which you can literally see in the hieroglyphs. It's a viper and it's a mountain. The capital is Per-Nebti or Herakon. This town means the house of Nempti, and Nempti is a local god, another new god that I hadn't heard of before, whose name in turn meant the one who travels, and he is considered the god of the ferrymen, which is probably associated with the god Horus, because he is depicted as a falcon sitting on a boat, which I thought was really cute. Yeah, it's cultural differences. It is, again, based on origins. This is just the god that they worshipped the most. This is not the only god that they worship. This is just whatever god they worship the most. Again, answering to whatever they needed. They will pick a deity that they think is going to help them the most. Or in this case, a lot of these are like the birthplace of that god or the burial place of that god and stuff like that. But yeah, it's all just cultural differences. And these also change over time. So for gnome number 12, Nempti or Horus are the main gods of this area. When you get up to 13, you get to Atef Kentet or Nejfet Kentet, which means the southern Atef or the Nejef tree. The capital is called Zauti, I can't say that, or Lycopolis. This is the modern city of Asut, and that derives from that actual name of Zawati. And then in Greek, it means Lycopolis, which means wolf city. And several mummies of ancient Egyptian wolves have been found, although dating closer to the Greco-Roman period. Sultan, what's your question? I'm going to say it after I finish talking about this gnome. The main deity for this area is going to be Anubis or Ap-Uat, which is Wepwawet. Wepwawet is his Greek name. Wepwawet, if you haven't heard of him, is very similar to Anubis, though he's can be depicted just like Anubis, as like this black jackal or dog-ish character. But very rarely Wepwawet is depicted with gray hair rather than black hair. And then the main difference is that Anubis is talked about as a jackal and Wepwawet is depicted as a wolf. That is sort of the main distinction. And Wepwawet, his name means the opener of ways. So it's thought that he clears the way for armies or opening the way for the dead in the afterlife with the association with Anubis. Did every Egyptian god have an animal worshipped it like the Apis bull or the Sobek crocodiles? Absolutely not. Honestly, those are some of the only examples we have of a actual animal being worshipped. Like the Apis bull, there's a couple other bulls. I think Bucus has a bull as well. There's a couple random bulls. Again, most of those come much later into the Greco-Roman period than anything. And Sobek had a crocodile that they would like worship as a crocodile, but that's kind of it. There's not really a lot of other ones that I have found. There is the ritual killing and mummification of animals as sacrifices to that god, but that does not necessarily mean that it was a live animal stuff. Yeah, Sultan is a Middle Eastern thing, not an Egyptian thing. I don't even know actually what it means. I think it's Arabic for something. I don't know. It's not Egyptian. Maybe Sultan knows. Yeah, it's a goth gnome. But yeah, I think the Apis bull and Sobek is one of the only examples. I do know that in some cases they used animals in like ritualistic plays. I know sometimes this happens in Thebes, that sometimes they would have to kill a hippo who's representing Set. That's not the same thing. That doesn't mean that they kept the hippo there the entire time. But yeah. It really, those are kind of the only two. I'm just trying to think. I feel like I've heard of a third one, but I can't think of it on the top of my head right now. I really think it's a bull and Sobek. I can't remember. Ugh. Okay. Very good question though. It's sort of when I always say when people are like, oh, the ancient Egyptians worshipped cats. And I'm like, no, they did not. They worshipped cat deities. It's not the same thing like in Hinduism where they see cows as sacred and so they don't eat the cows and they treat the cows really well. That is not how Egyptians did that. They did not do that because we know that they ritualistically killed millions of cats to make mummies for Bast and Bastet and other goddess like Sekhmet and stuff. So it's not this, they are not considered sacred. I should have clarified, it's not ancient Egypt, but yes, there were sultans, Ottoman Empire stuff, but yeah, in Egypt, but yeah, not the same thing. Freya, how are you? Long time no see, exactly. How are you doing, girly? It has been a long time. We are talking about ancient Egyptian cities and gnomes, not gnomes with a G, but gnomes with an N. And we're going through all the gnomes of Upper Egypt right now. Yeah, way after the pharaohs did they start using the word sultan. I'm doing pretty good. Congrats on your new house or place that you live. But yes, moving is very hectic. Absolutely. I'm glad you stopped by. All of this will be on my YouTube. You do not have to stay for the whole thing because we're in it for at least another hour, if not an hour and a half. We'll see. But I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so we can go till midnight. We're almost through these because we only have 22, and then we just have to go through capital cities, and then we'll be done. I promise. What number am I on? I'm on 14. Right? I think I'm at 14. Yes, I am on Twitch. You can hop over there, Freya. So number 14. I don't think there actually is one with Bes as a patron god. So Bes is a household deity. And so Hathor is sometimes considered a household deity, but she is sort of that one that rises more to the top. Household deities are ones that typically don't get large temples to them, and they are typically worshipped by individuals in the household. So Bes and Taweret are some of the really prominent ones. Hathor kind of jumps in between, but Hathor does have big temples to her. But Bes and Taweret are some of those really big household deities that don't really get those big temples and such. So there's not going to be a gnome, unfortunately. So number 14 is Atef Pet. Oh wait, we said that one. Oh no, I didn't finish that one. Atef Pet or Nejefet Pet or Northern Atef or Nejefet Tree. Freya's here. And then the capital is going to be Kessi or Kusei. Not a lot of information about this site, but it does include the necropolis of Mier, which you'll see here on the, and has a lot of tombs from the Middle Kingdom. And this is also the city that marked the border where the Hyksos ruled in the 15th dynasty, and then the Thebans are ruling in the 17th dynasty during the intermediate period. So this is how the Hyksos had a decent amount of land by the time that they really are starting to fight it out at the very end of the second intermediate periods. So this is kind of where it is, just south of El Amarna. So number 15. 15's got actually a ton of sites in it, but the capital is it is called the Wennet, or the Hare Nome. And the capital is Kamenu, or Hermopolis Magna. This is the one we were talking about before. This is the final third Hermopolis. This is close to the rough boundary of, well, it's not that close, but it's semi-close to the rough boundary of Upper and Lower Egypt, but not that much. Why did I write that? That's not true. That's Upper Egypt. I don't know. I digress. In Egypt, Kamenu means the 8th town, and that's named after the Ogdoad. And in Greek, it means the city of Hermes again. Mainly it's associated with Hermes because the Greeks compared Hermes to the god Thoth, who was worshipped in the city. And this was a pretty powerful city. It took advantage of a lot of things from the south and the north at the same time, because it's kind of there in the middle. And what's super interesting is we have a really, really great genealogy of the nomarchs of the 11th and 12th dynasties that goes for about 8 generations. And we have a really good genealogy because of preserved tombs in this area. You can also see that in Nome number 15, you have Tel El Marna. You also have Antinopolis, which is a Roman city named after Antinous, supposedly in the place where Antinous met his death on the Nile, who is the Greek lover of Emperor Hadrian. And so all that is happening, as well as Tuna El Gabel in 15. And the main gods in this area are going to be Thoth, but it's also going to be the god Wennet, who is a hare. She is a hare or a bunny deity, and she is worshipped heavily in this gnome, which is technically named after her. But she is in general a super, super rare deity. I couldn't even really find a single depiction of her, to be honest. That would be funny. A song. I've never read Song of Achilles, but I think that would be a good, honestly, an interesting book to read. All right, 16 through 20, we're almost done. Number 16 is up here, and we're gonna get Mahedi, or the Oryx Gnome. This is the gnome where all of the famous nomarchs are buried in Beni Hassan, which I love Beni Hassan. I've talked about it a lot. And this is where all of those nomarchs are ruling out of. The capital is named Herware, and we actually don't know exactly where the city was located, but it has to be somewhere close to the necropolis of Beni Hassan, because obviously that's where most of the nomarchs are buried. And then the main deity in this area is going to be Horus. Number 17 is going to be Anpu, or Anput, named after Anubis or his wife Anput. And the capital city is going to be Saka, or Sinopolis. This is the center of worship of the god Anubis, hence the incorrectly named City of the Dogs, because the Greeks did not know what a jackal was, or did not distinguish the difference between a jackal or a dog. So Sinopolis, the city of dogs. And there have been many burials of dogs found across the river from where the city was in that area. And of course, the main deity is going to be Anubis, his wife Anput as well. Number 18 is going to be Nemti, named after the god again. And during the 20th and the capital is, is it written like that? To joy, or Hut Nesut, or Alabastronopolis, longest word ever. I didn't care that much about it. I cared about when I actually got to see the mummies, when I got to go see it. The parade was interesting, but I actually never watched it. I time-wise, it didn't line up. We did watch the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum. We did watch that live, or semi-live. We watched it the same day. But yeah, no, it didn't need a whole parade. But that's just the way Egypt does it. So Alabastronopolis, which probably tells me that there's a lot of alabaster there, During the 20th to the 22nd dynasties, this was actually a border between the Egyptian kings in Tanis in the north, and then the high priest of Amun ruling from Thebes in the south. And apparently there were massive enclosure walls built there to sort of separate them. And we also know there was a temple there built for Amun of Great Roarings, which was an interesting name. And unfortunately that site has been heavily looted after the 2011 revolution, supposedly. And the main deity in this area is also going to be Anubis. Number 19 is going to be Wabwi, or Two Scepters. The capital city is going to be Per Medjed, or Ubatu. No. Uabut, I can't say it, or Oxyrhynchus, which is one of my favorite words to say, is Oxyrhynchus. And so we're talking about 19 up here. The Egyptian name is actually named after the Medjed fish, which is not related to the god Medjed. They are separate. The Medjed fish is a type of elephant fish, which is worshipped in this city. It is also believed to have eaten the penis of the god Osiris when Set chopped him up into little pieces and threw him all over Egypt. The Medjed fish is thought to have eaten his dick. So that is why he's worshipped. And so then in Greek, they named the city Oxyrhynchus, which is technically means the town of the sharp snouted fish. Also, I've never seen an elephant fish. I finally looked up what it looks like. It literally looks like a tiny elephant fish. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It looks like a fish with a little elephant trunk. It's very cute. In the Hellenistic period, this is going to actually be the third largest city in Egypt. And this is also the city of the story that I told you guys about that I used in my thesis, where the people of Sinopolis, so the city of dogs, ate an Oxyrhynchus fish, and then the people of Oxyrhynchus got so pissed off that then they ate a dog. At least Herodotus says so. But I love that story. It's so random and so petty and funny. Did it actually happen? Probably not, but who knows? Maybe they did it. And in this area, the actual main deity, although obviously Medjed is a little bit worshipped in this area, but the main deity is actually Set, which is definitely interesting. Number 20, only 3 more. Number 20 is the Nart Kennet, or the southern Nart tree. The capital is Henen Nesut, or Heracleopolis Magna. What are we at? We're 20 right here. And the main deity in this area is going to be Hari Shaf. His name meant he who is on his lake. And he is a ram deity who is a creator and fertility god who is born from the primordial waters. And this is obviously very, very close to the entrance of the Fayum Oasis in this area. 2 more, the last 2. The 21st gnome is going to be called Nartpet, or the northern Nart tree. The capital is going to be Shenaken, or Semenuhor, or Iuma, or Crocodiliopolis, or Arsinoe. There's like 5 different names, but we are going to talk about Crocodiliopolis next time when we talk about big cult centers. Again, a huge cult center for Sobek in that area, but the main deity in this area is actually going to be Khnum. And then our last, yes, Crocodiliopolis, I believe, is located in Assassin's Creed Origins and such. I'm actually doing a video on TikTok about Crocodiliopolis soon because somebody asked me about it. The last Egyptian gnome, which lines up with the first Egyptian gnome of Lower Egypt, is called Mednit, or Knife. The capital is Tepu, also called Aphroditeopolis. Also called, I guess, Atfit. This is the name, the first name, the Egyptian name means the first of the cows, referring to the goddess Hathor. Obviously, Aphroditeopolis refers to Aphrodite, which Aphrodite is very, very much associated with Hathor. So, the city of lovers, yes. There have been a lot of animal mummies discovered there as well, mainly at the Hessatium, which is like the Serapeum in Saqqara, but actually is an necropolis for sacred cows of the goddess Hessat. She's a female cow goddess. But of course, who's the main goddess of this area? It's gonna be Hathor, because she's the main cow goddess that everyone is gonna talk about. And yeah, that's all the gnomes. Let's take a little mental break, just like a 5-minute break. I am going to take a libation, ask all the questions you have about gnomes, and then we're going to walk into then we're going to start with our capital cities. I did it! I got through all the gnomes. I was fighting them with my sword. Why do gnomes wear pointy hats? It's their head. Their head's actually shaped like that. I don't know how to do that. I think I'm doing it. I did it! It's only a 60-second ad, so I don't know if it's really going to do anything. It's only a 60-second one. Quite oh. Energy, except totally not. These are just killing me with carbs. Many. And I only talked about the capitals. There are several cities. There would have been several cities within these gnomes that are lost to time. Absolutely. I know, man. One day, maybe, when I'm old and gray. Dom, they do not get iron until after the New Kingdom. So pretty late. The Iron Age, like, lines up, like, way later than you think it does. Oh! I have no idea. They do have 2 grams of protein and 2 grams of dietary fiber. Actually, they don't have a lot of... Wait a second. Mark, why aren't you already talking to her? These have 0 cholesterol? That sounds not what I expected it to be. It does have a lot of, well, it has 90 milligrams of sodium, but that's only 4% of my daily value. That's not a lot. It does have 2% of calcium. It has 2% of iron, and it has 2% of potassium. I didn't think it had iron, but yeah, it does have some milligrams of iron. Yeah, I thought you were actually talking about ancient Egypt, and I was like, they don't have iron. I didn't realize that corn nuts had iron. Ooh, very good question. Let's go to a map for a second. That is a good question because, yeah, corn nuts are from the Iron Age. Let's go to Google Maps for a second. Because I am also very bad with scale. Who asked that question? Friend at Arms. I am very bad with scale, so it's very hard for me to scale this for you guys to understand. So we have Egypt here. Let's pick what will help you guys understand scale. Do we want to go by hours it takes to drive? Will that help? Magic spoon? What is magic spoon? That sounds familiar. Okay. Let's pretend we're in Alexandria and we are going to go, let's just go from Alexandria to Cairo. Okay, I didn't need walking, but thank you. Can I move this? I'm gonna move this way. So to drive from Cairo to Alexandria, and I'm specifically not using this, they have this road that's out here in the desert. I'm using the Nile, essentially. I just dragged it a little bit further. It's about 3 hours and 30 minutes. So for me, where I am located, within 3 hours, I can get to Philadelphia. And I could also get to like North Carolina. I think I can get North Carolina. So that is kind of the width of the delta, or the length of the delta, is about 3.5 hours. I wonder if can I go Damietta to, I'm gonna say Cairo to Damietta. Cairo to Damietta is also about 3.5 hours. So the delta is about 3.5 hours lengthwise. I don't have that yet, Mark. So, I haven't yet decided if I'm going to share it with others. I think I am, but yeah. It has been, but I have to confirm it with him. I have to have a meeting with him just to confirm some stuff. I kind of was going to go and I wasn't going to send it to anybody until anyone fully confirmed. And now I'm like, oh, okay. I haven't really been able to do that. Yes, I will. So just so everybody knows, from about Alexandria to Port Said, which is almost the length of almost the width of the delta, is also about 3.5 hours. So it's about as wide as it is long, if that makes sense. Let's go with what our request is. So then to get to Cairo, this is the most complicated way I could do this. To get from Cairo to Asut. And I wish I can shift this all the way. I'm gonna try to shift this all the way to the Nile. I'm trying not to use these big desert roads because you can obviously go faster on them than you can if you're actually. So I'm making it more complicated for us, but come on. Route cannot be modified further. What do you mean? Well, I've apparently modified it too much. So from Cairo down to Asut, which for reference, Asut is, let me double check what Nome is Asut in. Asut is Akhmin, so Asut is 9. That is about 9, just over 9 hours, probably a little bit more, because it's skipping all of the big monuments. If you're going down this road, it's going to take you longer. So I'm going to say 9.5, 10 hours. And that again is not even halfway through Egypt. So, how long can where can I get in 9 hours? 9 hours, I might be able to get to Boston in 9 hours. It takes me about 7 to get to Long Island from where I live, near DC. So I might be able to get up to Boston or Connecticut. And 9 hours can get me pretty considerably. Raid! Like down into Georgia, maybe. Hello! Ivan, welcome on in. Yeah, Boston's about 8, I think you're right. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. I'm gonna quickly jump over here and we'll come back to this in just a second, guys. Welcome on in, Ivan. Can we get a shout out for Ivan? Thank you. Ivan, what were you talking about today with science and technology? Thank you so much for getting on in. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology, archaeology games, as well as chat about Egypt. And we are actually doing a lecture tonight. We are talking about cities and gnomes, not gnomes with a G, gnomes with an N, everybody. Ooh, a fancy new computer. We always like that. Absolutely. But welcome on in, everybody. I'm so glad you guys are here. Should I do the raid video? Do you guys want to see the raid video? We'll do that in a second. Addicted. We'll do Alexandria to Aswan in just a second. Yeah, I know I gotta talk with Abdel about the itinerary and all that stuff. But yes. Yeah, we'll do the raid video in a second. Whoa. Gödel's incompleteness theorem and its impact or non-impact on the theories of everything. That makes my brain hurt. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm like the least theory person I could ever done. We're gonna play the little raid video so you can learn a little bit more about me, and then we will get back to the lecture. What are you saying? We can make a new scenes for the raid video with friends? I don't know what you mean. We're gonna put the raid video on. Where I am in denial in more ways than one. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Melissa. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, museum educator, and educational content creator, including here on Twitch. After graduating with my master's in Egyptian art and archaeology during a pandemic, I was really struggling to find my place in the world. I really love teaching, but I didn't really want to go the PhD route and only teach in universities and be expected to do research and publish it. I really wanted to be able to teach anyone and everyone about the ancient world, especially ancient Egypt. But I also wanted to do it in a fun and easy way because I believe that people can learn anywhere, even here on social media. So I founded MelissainDeNile in September of 2020. At first, it was just a blog and Instagram post where I was posting about 3 times a week. But by November, I was also streaming here on Twitch, starting with my all-time favorite game, Assassin's Creed Origins. Now, I am posting multiple times a week on TikTok, streaming 3 times a week here on Twitch, hosting guest lectures about all types of history and archaeology, and creating courses about ancient Egypt over on my Patreon. If you like this, and this, then you are a mummy, and Melissa's mummies belong in a museum, or at least you can stay here on Twitch. Please consider giving me a follow so that I can continue my passion of teaching the modern world about the ancient one. All right, back to your regularly scheduled stream. Welcome back. I'm eating corn nuts. Thank you, Ivan, so much for the raid. Feel free to raid and rest. We are going to be continuing our lecture in just a second. We're talking about borders, cities, and gnomes. We just finished talking about gnomes, which are territorial divisions within Egypt. Right now we're doing a little thing where we are going to, we're talking about how big is the length of Egypt and ancient Egypt. So essentially I brought up just a map, and we're doing just some Google Maps of like how long it would have taken to get through it. So I just put in another one. So from Cairo to Luxor, although I really would like to switch this so that it's like here. It is about it's about 12 hours. So from Cairo to Luxor, it's sort of like, well, I know we're doing walk time, but I'm using it in something that everyone can imagine. Nobody can imagine how many walks you've done. Orange you, I've gone to Egypt once, and then we are planning our next trip to Egypt in February, in which I'm hosting it, and y'all can come with me if you would like. I'm sorry, I'm crunching. I know my corn nuts are loud. There's only a few more in this bowl. But yeah, so about 12 hours, 13 hours from Cairo to Luxor, if you follow the Nile mostly. No, because I don't have it like on a website. I gotta can you put that in my to-do list on Discord, Mark? That would be helpful. Because I don't know what I'll link it to, but I'll put it somewhere. I'll figure out somewhere to put it. Yeah. Freya, send me your email. All the details. So not all the details, but the pricing is in the linked, the pinned video at the top of my TikTok page. All the pricing is there. I'm also hoping to do more in the future. So we're tentatively planning one for May. Not every detail, just a lot of the details, just not every detail. I need to come up with some more marketing stuff to do to get more people to sign up. So it's expensive, and I know it is, and that's probably why, but I've had so many people get the email and then not be able to come. So I got to figure out some marketing shticks that I got to do. Okay, let's do the final one where let's do Cairo to Aswan. So Cairo to Aswan. See, it's so weird because you can take these roads that are off on the side. It's literally like it's so much quicker, which is shocking to me. Like I want to go around that way, but I don't want to go that way. There we go. So Cairo to Aswan is about 18 hours. And then if we add in Alexandria, but we drag to reorder it, the whole thing is about 21 hours, which walking is about 10 days. And that's not even the end of it. Abu Simbel is still, again, it's about 3-hour drive along this road to get from Aswan to Abu Simbel, the temple. So yeah, so but you can cut off a ton of hours if you go to the Red Sea. It goes from 21 hours to 15 hours if you just skip going through all of these cities that don't have probably as good infrastructure and stuff. To be honest, Abu Simbel is far enough from anything. There's literally nothing around there. And a lot of the stuff in Sudan is nowhere close to it. A lot of the stuff is much more south in Sudan, like near Khartoum, really far away. It is close to the Sudan border, but it's not close enough to where everything is going. There's genuinely, if you look, so yes, it is close to sort of the border, but if you look at it, there's nothing. There's genuinely nothing here. Like, there's not even any farm. Like, there's just And there here are some of archaeological sites, but there's barely any cities in this area. There's a city. Yeah. It's most of the cities are so you get where's Kerma? There's Kerma. So this is a city. That's probably the closest city, and it is still very far away. But a lot of the big fighting, unfortunately, is down here in Khartoum. Yeah, sadly, we won't get to see Abu Simbel in our trip just because it is a hassle and a half to get there. But one day we'll get to go see it. All right, back to the lecture. This is the last thing we're going to talk about, but we are going to go through every capital city that ancient Egypt ever had. So it will take us a bit, but I think we can probably do it in an hour. I only have 16 more pages left. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to get in a day ahead of time. I have to talk with Abdel about this, but I'd like to get a day ahead of time. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do anything. Alexandria is, it's hard. It's not that, it's kind of hard to get to. That was the big deal where we weren't able to get to Alexandria because it was just too complicated to get to. So, the capital cities of ancient Egypt. There are many. And again, way more than I actually thought they were. Which question? I didn't forget about your Alexandria to Alexandria Aswan. I did that one. Was there a different question? Cornut gone. Sorry, was there another question? I thought I hit that one. I thought I got... Oh, sorry. 21 hours. Yeah, sorry. I just did that one. 21 hours, around about, probably more driving. Yeah, it's somewhere on the floor now. About 6 days walking. No, 10 days walking, sorry. Yeah, I did that one. So, ancient Egypt had several different capital cities throughout their history. We're going to do a speed round. It's not really going to be a speed round, but we're going to try our best. Look at all the capitals over time. I'm only going to have time to talk about their name, when it was the capital, patron gods and goddesses, and then what, if anything, remains at that site today. That's the other thing I wanted to talk about with these is what archaeological remains are still there. So most people would expect the first capital city of Egypt was Memphis, but there's actually an earlier one. Technically, there was also some pre-dynastic ones. Again, we sort of talked about this, that the pre-dynastic period didn't really have capitals. But the city of Thinis is considered the first capital of ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian name was Chegenu, and the Greek name is Thinis. So this was the capital city of ancient Egypt in the early dynastic period. But some people actually say it might be a legendary city, as the site has not been strictly identified with modern scholars. It is well attested by ancient writers like Manetho, who cites that this is the capital where Menes, aka Narmer, united Egypt and ruled out of it. But it did drop off in importance shortly after in favor of Memphis. But it was an important city for a little bit. It doesn't really get first mentioned, though, until first intermediate texts. Oh my god! Double raids! It's a nap raid! Hi, another professor! How are you doing today? Welcome on in, raiders! What were you talking about today? What were you doing today? Oh, you're playing Stardew! How's Stardew doing for you?
Of museum collections and archival collections. is so important.
Do you have a bingo card too?
Online, the only way I would be able to see this right now is if I
Oh, congratulations, not a professor.
and went through
Do
all
you
of
have a
their-
bingo card? We just
all
made
of
a
the fire
bingo
insurance
card.
maps to try and find the one that I was looking
That is so
for,
funny.
and then go through
And it
that
literally is that
and,
exact
like,
bingo card.
yeah.
We use that exact same
100%.
system
And
for the
also,
bingo card.
if I was
That's
looking
so
for
funny.
in real life,
We made a bingo card of all the crazy
I
things
don't
that people over on the TikTok
zoom
chat
this
say.
much and get this much detail as we do with, if I was just looking at this with the naked eye.
That's
When
a very
things are
cool
digitized in
document.
groups like this, you can zoom in.
Oh wait, is that a
Get so much
Sanborn
more
map?
detail than you would be able to get with just looking at it with the naked eye.
Is that a Sanborn map? It looks like a Sanborn map. I was gonna say yeah, I know a Sanborn map when I see one. I was gonna say I use Sanborn maps all the time when we do social media for my job, because sometimes I don't have a picture of something, but it's on a Sanborn map, so I'm like, hey, I'll use a Sanborn map. My city's got some really nice Sanborn maps. That's really funny. Of course I recognize the colors. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I hope everybody had a really great stream with Not a Professor. Not a Professor, you are more than welcome to raid and rest, especially if you're playing Stardew Valley. To me, that is a stressful game, is making sure everything happens the way it needs to happen. But we are talking about ancient Egyptian cities and gnomes. We just got started with our first capital city of ancient Egypt, and that is the last section that we're going to talk about. We're probably still going to be talking for like about an hour and a half or something. But we are talking about Thinis, or Tejenu. It's very relaxing. I like Stardew Valley, but I did not like streaming it, because it was not relaxing for me, because I just felt like I had to focus on everything. But to be honest, the only reason I think that is because our very good friend Mallory, plays, like, she professionally, I'm gonna tell this, she professionally plays Stardew Valley, and it's so intense when she plays it that I'm just like, I'm so inaccurate. We are just, yeah, we're always fighting over Harvey. Yeah, Mallory's so good at Stardew Valley, it's like genuinely ridiculous. Let's give her a shout out. Is she still amateur? Wait, I think I actually have how the frick do you spell amateur? Fudge cakes. Or is it just Mallory? It might be Mallory. There we go. Oh wait, no, she changed her username. I need to change that. She's not amateur archaeologist anymore. What is she? She is, yes, I know. Because people actually thought she was an amateur archaeologist even though she's not an amateur archaeologist. No, her username is now, is that it? Nope, that's not it. That's what her TikTok is. Dang it, I'll find it. Give me a second. Yeah, both of those need to be changed. Just put that in my to-do list. I can do that tomorrow really fast. What the frick is her name? Is it just Mallory? It's literally just Mallory. Yep, it's just Mallory. There she is.
Lassie, thank you. Oh my goodness.
On her TikTok is ArchaeoMal. But yeah, her. Oh, it's Daisy. Daisy's so cute. Daisy's like my favorite. She's so sweet. I've met her a couple times.
Did you figure out where the camera was so you could get attention? Oh my goodness. I'm so mad that you did that.
I liked it too, but I think she did have problems with people like literally thinking she was an amateur archaeologist, even though she is a professional archaeologist. And the big thing is, I think she has pivoted heavy to Pokemon and Stardew, and doesn't really talk about, like, she talks about archaeology, I think, in conjunction with Pokemon and with Stardew more on her TikTok than she actually does on her Twitch. I don't know if she's still doing her PhD. She's doing it like so slowly. but I'm not sure if she still is actively doing it as much as she should be. We're just trying to survive. We're just trying to survive, unfortunately. She has always been doing it part-time since I've known her, at the least, because it's virtual, because I don't even think the university is anywhere near her, but I think she has been doing it less and less. I'm not 100% sure. We can ask her next time we see her. All right, we're gonna get an ad in 2 minutes. Let me finish talking about Thinness, and then we'll go to the next one. Yeah, she lives really close to me. I've been to her house. She's been to mine. Has she been to mine? Yeah, she stayed at my parents' house a couple times. She doesn't live that close to me, but she lives close enough. We live in the same state, but not that close. I think we're 3 hours away, I think. Something like that. Yeah, maybe she can come up and hang out. Okay, so Thinness. Again, we don't totally know where it is, but we do think it is north of Abydos somewhere. Very close, but north of Abydos. The main god and goddess that is worshipped here is going to be An-Her, who you can see here. Again, minor god of war. We've talked about this. We talked about him a little bit before. He's called the Bull of Thinness, so he's literally very much identified with Thinness. And then his wife Mehit is also worshipped there, and she is a goddess that is believed to be from Nubia. So, since we don't know where the city is archaeologically, we don't know if anything actually remains of it today. Egyptologists mostly agree that it's somewhere in the vicinity of Abydos, and somewhere in the near the modern city of Girga. These are in Lower Egypt. No, these are in Upper Egypt. Why did I say that? These are in Upper Egypt. Oh, sorry, Lower Middle Egypt. That's what I said. Just north of Thebes and Luxor, and it would have been a good location for a capital city. And also, Abydos is a super old city as well, so it would be very well placed there and during this time period. I'm gonna pause, and we're gonna talk about Memphis as soon as the ad's over. Any questions? We've only gone through one capital city. It's already 10:21. Any questions? I'm fading, but I'm not. And I'm not. I can push through. That is still gonna take forever. I should have, I am streaming until this is done, but I don't have to go to work tomorrow or Monday, so I don't have anything planned. Tomorrow is a half writing day and half filming day for me. I need to do a huge bulk film because, no, it's honestly surprising that I got Sunday and Monday off. I'm honestly surprised I've been getting Sundays off. I have not, Mondays have been my day, because I usually clean one of the galleries at the museum I work at on Mondays. So it's weird that I got Monday off this week. Aw, Silva, you're the best boss ever. I had to go to work today, but it was pouring rain, and so for the most part the museum was pretty empty. So I got a lot done. I think I got six or 7 scripts written, which is good. So I need to do a lot of writing tomorrow, and then I need to start doing filming, and then Monday, I am going to lunch with my friend because she is off on her bachelorette weekend this weekend that I unfortunately could not go to because I cannot afford. So she made me a swag bag, which is very kind of her to do. So I'm gonna meet up with her on Monday. Wow, Silver, can you be my boss? Is this accounting? Is this your accounting? Yeah, absolutely. It's like the best. The best type of lunch is paid by the city lunch. Best part of wake, not the TikTok kind. Yes, you are a real accountant. Yes, same bride. Only wedding I'm going to. Literally, yeah. Bridal showers this weekend. Bachelorette is this weekend. They're all in Nashville right now. And then bridal shower is the Saturday that you're going to be here, Mark, and then the wedding is the Saturday after that weekend. If corporate accounting is considered real. I have to make an appointment with a tax accountant. I've already messaged her, but I need to just like book her and make an appointment to make sure that I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm very glad, because you wouldn't have been able to come the weekend before, because not only is that our really big 250th event that I'm working 2 days, 2 full like 13-hour days, but then the next day, the next Sunday, is my mom's retirement party, which turns out, guess what, we're hosting at her house because it's the end of the school party, and whoever was originally supposed to host it couldn't do it anymore, so we're hosting it at her house. And so I promised to help her. And then the weekend you're coming is the bridal shower and me prepping for archaeology camp, and then the end of archaeology camp is my friend's wedding, and then I took 3 days off so that I didn't have to do anything. Taxes are evil, sort of. Yeah, but yeah, I gotta actually make the appointment. June is going to be hell on earth. Yes. June is going to be hell on earth. Genuinely. Yeah. August is like, and the thing is, the nice part is that like the beginning of the July will be hell on earth, but then everything is gonna severely calm down for work, which is really nice. But no, we've all been dreading this June event is going to be batshit crazy. I am so lucky, because a lot of my other full-time educators have to work all 3 days of the event, but because I asked about my mom's retirement party, they gave me Sunday off, so I only have to work 2 days. Honestly, might take you up on that. So that's the thing, is I don't know when, but I want to start planning the other museum meetups, and the ones on my mind right now are New York, Chicago, and Boston. Like, those are the 3 that I would like to go up and see. And I've been thinking about August and September and stuff like that. The other thing is that I also am potentially talking about going to New York with my mom again, because we usually have a New York trip planned in the summer of some sort. The problem with the New York trip is that there's 2 massive museums that have Egyptian stuff, and I don't think I can fathom doing both in the same weekend. So I think I might have to plan 2 New York trips, because the Brooklyn Museum. And honestly, the Met is going to, I don't even know how long it would take. The Met is massive. The Met is, I'll take you to the Brooklyn. That's where I worked. I worked there for a year. I love the Brooklyn. The Met would just take forever. The Brooklyn is a little big, but it's not as big as the Met. The Met would just take forever. Yeah. I have to think about that. That's like next steps and such. That I don't know when I'm gonna have time to think about it, because I should do it ahead of time, but maybe if you're gonna be there in August, maybe we can do that. That's not the worst idea. It's gonna be hot in August, but it's still New York. Yeah, let's do that, Mark. That actually is a really great idea. I can plan one, and then maybe in the fall, me and my mom can plan another, and that will be like the second. Yeah, let's talk about it when you get here. That's a good idea. Also, you need to buy your train ticket, because it's gonna get expensive if you don't buy it right now. I guess I can take you to the local brewery. There's so many breweries around here. They're already pricey, I know, but honestly, you should buy the one in August too, and I can buy the same one on the way back. We can text about this before you get here, because you should buy them soon, or else it'll get really expensive. Yeah, we'll text about this. Okay, back to the lecture. Sorry guys, completely sidebarred of me and Mark talking about a meeting for the first time. The next capital, the one that a lot of people you guys are going to know, is going to be Memphis. Super, super important site for Egypt for a very long time. This is located about an hour south of Cairo, on the eastern side of the Nile from the necropolis of Saqqara, with the mortuary temple of Djoser, the step pyramid, first pyramid of Egypt. It has several different names throughout its occupation. Its Egyptian name is the Inebu Heji, or the White Walls. And this is in the first intermediate period. It is called the Jed Sut, or the Everlasting Places. It's also called the Ankh-Tawi, or the Life of the Two Lands. And in the beginning of the New Kingdom, it's called Men-Nefer, which it means enduring and beautiful. And then that leads to the Greek name of Memphis. It was the capital from around the 1st dynasty to around the 6th dynasty. It's probably established by Menes or Narmer shortly after unifying Egypt. Again, probably he may have founded Thinis first and then founded the city. It's not totally clear, the specifics. But this is located just south of the Delta, so it's a very strategic point in ruling over both the south and the north of Egypt. It is still an important city in the Middle Kingdom and in the New Kingdom, but mostly as a military, as a religious site, or as a military outpost. And it is also potentially, in the New Kingdom, this is the place where young princes and sons of nobility were sent to be educated. So it's sort of like a secondary capital a lot of the times, during the Middle and New Kingdoms, but it never becomes the main capital until after the Old Kingdom. And then we do also know that in the Ptolemaic period, this is also where Alexander the Great was crowned as king. The main gods and goddesses for this area are going to be Ptah, and there's several temples dedicated to him in this city. And then that also meant that it's a city for Sekhmet, which is Ptah's wife. And we also know that in the city there were small temples for Hathor, Neith, Amun, the Aten. Akhenaten did build a temple to the Aten in this area. And then the Apis bull, as well as the Hellenistic goddess Astarte. And then there, of course, was a temple to the deified Ramses II. What remains there today is not much. So you can see sort of a very general term of what remains, and obviously a picture of some of the stuff. So today, the modern city of Mitrahina is located on the site. Some claim that the modern name came from another later name of the city called Nit Renhet, meaning the road of the ram-headed sphinxes. But it also possibly comes from the name of a Bedouin tribe located in this area. So very little of the city remains today, mostly because of a very quick decline of the city during the Roman period. And then portions of the architecture of the Temple of Ptah and statues have been found in the city, and they are either on display in the Open Air Museum in Mitrahina or in other famous museums in Egypt itself. But there's not a lot in situ. You can see there's some column bases, but some of this stuff has been moved over time. Next one. This is Heracleopolis Magna, and Cleopolis can be written either with a K or a C. You can see them intertwined, but they are the same. So the next capital is a very short-lived one, but it's still an important city during other time periods. This is just south of the Fayum Oasis, so you can see Heracleopolis Magna is this little orange to kind of the left of Beni Suef, and the Fayum Oasis is up here to the west. So this was called En Nesut, meaning the child of the king, and you can see the little baby, little child hieroglyph in here. And then the Egyptian name is Heracleopolis Magna, meaning the city of Hercules. This was the capital, probably during the early dynastic period, founded during the early dynastic period, but became a capital city during the first intermediate period when the country broke into two different pieces. So Heracleopolis becomes the principal city of Lower Egypt during the 9th and 10th dynasties, and they often are having conflicts with the upper Egyptian capital of Thebes at this time, which we'll talk about in a second. The main gods and goddesses for this area is going to be Heri-Shaf. And remember, he is that ancient ram deity who is identified with Ra and Osiris, and then later the Greeks identified with him with Dionysus. I don't really believe there's any surviving structures there today, but it does appear that Flinders Petrie excavated the site in the 1870s. He did find some portions of a temple to Herreshoff, some Roman houses, and then another temple dating to the 19th dynasty, as well as an acropolis. And there have been some more recent excavations as recent as 2008 by a Spanish team. Yeah, Petrie, you'll hear his name again. He's done a lot of excavations of some of these cities that we'll talk about. Thebes is our next city. This is the big boy. This is the city that is yeah, he did a lot throughout Egypt. He definitely had a focus in pre-dynastic Egypt, but he hit up a lot of sites that we have talked about already today. But after 1920, after essentially the discovery of Tutankhamun, he didn't really like how the rules were changing for excavations, and that you couldn't take objects outside of Egypt. And that is when he actually moves to Jerusalem, and he starts excavating Palestinian and Israeli, sorry, I couldn't remember the word, Israeli sites in that time. Yeah, antiquarian, absolutely. Can easily jump from place to place quite easily. But yeah, very much so. He did have his own museum. It wasn't at the least, for the most part, he was not selling the objects wildly. He was putting them in his own museum, but still the same thing. So Thebes is this really big city. It is located in modern city of Luxor. No, we're not talking about morals. We're talking about, I don't know what we're talking about. But yeah, Petrie's not as moral as I definitely used to hold him in esteem for a while. And yeah, so this is located in the modern city of Luxor. You can see here that like it was a pretty wide city. Most of the city is going to be on the eastern side of the Nile, and then a lot of the mortuary stuff is going to be on the western side. But there are some settlements definitely probably on the western side of the Nile as well. The ancient name is going to be Waset, which means the city of the scepter, or the Was scepter specifically. And the Was is a scepter, and it's also this hieroglyph that you see here at the top. It sort of looks like a set animal at the top, and it represents power and dominion. It also has been called the Neut Reset, or the southern city, and then it also has been called the Unu Sema, for Heliopolis of the south. So it's very much identified with Heliopolis. The Greek name is going to be Thebes. This is claimed to be a Latinized form of the Greek Hellenized. This is so complicated. So the calling it Thebes is not naming it after the Greek city of Thebes. It's actually claimed to be the Latinized form of the Greek Hellenized form of the Demotic Egyptian Taipt for the temple, meaning Karnak temple. If that's true, cool. Otherwise, no idea. The Greeks had to distinguish these two Thebes, and they would call it the Thebes of 100 Gates, which is in Egypt, and the Thebes of 7 Gates, which is in Greece, because apparently there are more gates in Egypt. I don't know, but they might be referring to all the pylons in the Karnak temple. I don't know. Yes, Karnak with a C. I have heard about Karnak with a C as well. And yeah, Karnak is, I think, I don't know if Karnak's an Arabic word. I don't know where Karnak comes from, because it's not called Karnak in Egyptian. It might be, Karnak might be Greek. I'm not sure, honestly. It has a completely different name. I can't remember what it is at the moment, but it has a different name. So Thebes was founded as a capital, was founded not as a capital, but was founded very early, around 3200 BCE, and it was the capital of its nome during the Old Kingdom. But it first becomes the capital of the entirety of Egypt in the 11th dynasty during the First Intermediate period, while the 9th and 10th dynasties are ruling out of Heracleopolis Magna at the exact same time. Then you get Mentuhotep II. He is the Theban king of the 11th dynasty, the last Theban king of the 11th dynasty. And he is able to take over the northern dynasties and unify Egypt altogether. And so then he establishes Thebes as the capital of all Egypt. And this is what begins the Middle Kingdom. And although it was not a capital during the 12th dynasty, which we'll talk about what was the capital during the 12th dynasty, it was reestablished as the capital in the 16th and 17th dynasties during the second intermediate period, where again the country is split in half, with the Hyksos ruling in the north and the Theban kings ruling in the south. And so then it continues on to become the capital during the New Kingdom, during the 18th dynasty, and then a tiny bit at the beginning at the 19th dynasty. This was kind of the height of Thebes as a city, and most of what is still standing in that city dates to that time period. Obviously, we have Amarna that gets cut up into it, and then you have Pi-Ramesses during the 19th dynasty that ends the reason that Thebes is the main capital. But it does come back and becomes the capital specifically during the 25th dynasty underneath the Kushites. So it's not technically the capital of all Egypt, but it becomes the capital within Egypt when they unify it. They use Thebes as sort of their hub within Egypt. The first patron god and a goddess of Thebes was Montu, who was during the Middle Kingdom. He is kind of the main ancient Egyptian god of war. I know we've been talking a lot about Anhur, but he's very minor in comparison to Montu. It's also probably why Mentuhotep, which comes from his name, it means Montu is satisfied, chose this city as his capital. But during the New Kingdom, Montu was eventually ousted as a deity, as the patron god, by Amun. Amun becomes the central state-funded god and deity throughout that time. And that also then meant that Mut, his wife, becomes the patron goddess, and their son Khonsu. And they all three are worshipped as the Theban triad. And these guys are mainly the ones that are worshipped in Karnak Temple Complex. I also, if you look very closely, you'll see that this doesn't show it, but just north of here is an area called the Precinct of Montu, and it's actually a small temple site dedicated to Montu. And that is that article, Mark, that you posted in about the sacred lake being found. That is actually up here in the Precinct of Montu, and I wrote an Egypt News article about video script about that for a video that even though that news was from January, I'm going to post soon. And so there's actually a separate portion of Karnak. It's not accessible to the public, that is all focused on Montu himself. Yeah, so that thing, the article that you posted was recent, but when you actually went back to the actual discovery when it was announced, it was in January. So that's, and I never saw it because none of the sources that I typically look at posted that. So yeah, I don't know why a lot of the links that y'all have, and this is not your fault at all, but a lot of the links that y'all have posted are like bloggers or journalists who are picking up on old news. It's very weird. A lot of the links that y'all have sent me are like, oh, I knew about that, but that was months ago. And then I look at it, and if you find the original link to the original story, the announcement was like months ago, and these people are just now writing about it, which I think is interesting choice. Saint, you just missed that, but Thebes is supposedly, let me read it because I can't remember it. Thebes is supposedly the Latinized form of the Greek Hellenized form of the Demotic Egyptian word Taipt, Taipt, which means temple, meaning referencing Karnak temple specifically. Yeah, I get all my news from either the Ministry of Tourism's Facebook page or Ahram News, or Luxor News. I get so all of those are they are pretty good at reporting it immediately. But that's only for Egypt. Any other archaeology news, I have no idea what's going on. So for to answer Addicted's question, I would probably say Thebes, just because there's so much you can excavate there. I would probably say Thebes, because you can see here that there are a dozen different necropoli, there are a dozen different mortuary temples. There's Karnak Temple, there's Luxor Temple, there's the Valley of the Kings, Valley of the Queens, Valley of the Nobles. Like, I would say Thebes is definitely one that is the most popular still to this day, with obviously Giza being probably close behind it, but or Saqqara. I would say, actually, yeah, Saqqara and Thebes, because Saqqara's got a lot of stuff going on there as well. Yeah. Yeah, so no, we're talking about ancient Egyptian capitals, and so yeah, Thebes is a real city. It is not named after the Greek city of Thebes. But yeah, I was going over all of the names of these cities and where they come from. So there is a lot that remains still in Thebes today. It's one of the best preserved sites. Both the city, well, not much the actual like city part of it, but it has amazing preservation for the religious and the funerary sides of the life in Egypt. You got Temple of Karnak, Temple of Luxor, mortuary temples on the West Bank, and then all of the different tombs, which are in a pretty good condition. There have been small portions of the actual cities that have been discovered on the East and West Banks, like that place that's the Rise of Aten, which is also called like the Golden City that Eowas discovered. That was discovered semi-recently. That is a relatively well-preserved area. It's very close to Deir el-Medina. It's somewhere over here. But Deir el-Medina is also a really great example. And then you also have the Palace of Malkata, which is not on this map, but it's also over here somewhere. We will get more Akhenaten references, absolutely. So a lot of these things are also in relatively good shape. The actual city portion of Luxor is hard because, of Thebes, is because unfortunately modern Luxor sits right on top of it. The next city, we're technically going to go back in time because a lot of these capital cities are not very well known, and they are very short-lived during the intermediate periods. So this one is one you may never have heard of before. This is Itawi. And Itawi is actually not, we don't know exactly where it is. We have a rough estimate of where it is, which you can see here on the map is south-ish of Memphis. So I talked about this a little bit earlier, but this is called, it's Itawi, or it's called, it also is called Amenemhat Itawi. And this means Amenemhat seizes the two lands, or Caesar of the two lands. Thank you, Friend at Arms. This will all go up on our YouTube. I might be able to actually edit them all tomorrow and post them. So this might be going up on YouTube tomorrow or sometime this week, so you can watch the rest of it. But thank you so much for coming. And then the Greek name, this actually doesn't have a Greek name because it's not a city for a long time and because it's technically sort of been lost. So it actually never gets a Greek name. This was a capital city that was established by Pharaoh Amenemhat III in the beginning of the 12th dynasty, replacing the city of Thebes temporarily as the capital. But the weirdest thing about it is that the first mention of the city is in the 30th year of this guy's reign. And that's about 10 years after we are presumed that the city was founded. So it's a little odd. We just don't have as much, details about that. Oh, well, thank you so much. I'm so glad you're listening. I hope you're learning some new stuff. But hello, welcome on in. Itawi was a capital through the 12th and 13th dynasties, which are at the end of the Middle Kingdom and then going into the Second Intermediate period. This was probably abandoned at the fall of the Middle Kingdom and then possibly actually by the Hyksos. It's again not clear because we totally don't know where the city is actually located. But we know that the Hyksos take over the Delta. We know that eventually the Hyksos take over this area up until a certain point. And so we can either say that the city was abandoned because the Hyksos were coming in, or it may have actually been taken over by the Hyksos. It's kind of unclear of that. And the, like, who knows, the ruling class essentially probably are more escaping to, like, the south. Because we don't know much about the city, we don't know about any patron gods or goddesses, and then we don't know where it is, so we don't know if anything remains there. So scholars do suspect that this might sit behind the cultivated fields east of the pyramid of Amenemhat and Senusret, in and around the area of Lisht. Lisht is south of Cairo. It's along the Nile, east of the Fayum Oasis. This may have been a more strategic location for a capital, as it's much closer to the north than Thebes, so that may have been why that they chose to make this the capital. And there is one Egyptologist who has suggested that it may have been more of a disembodied, disembodied capital, meaning that it was just a small center comprising of administrative buildings and a royal residence, but not really an actual city. I love that I'm definitely not the foremost expert of anything. I am the foremost expert of some things of ancient Egypt. There are definitely certain things that I do not know. Quick drink. Now that is the truth. That is the one thing I will say I am an expert on. And there's not much. I would like to say I'm an expert on the Amarna period, but I feel like there is some stuff that I'm like, I'm not as clear with it, but like I'm as close as I could be to being an expert of the Amarna period, I would say. Let's talk about Avaris. Obviously, if you watch the lecture about the Hyksos people that is on my YouTube, you'll get more information about Avaris, or Tel El Daba. So this is a site located on the eastern side of the Nile Delta, kind of in the center, but more on the eastern side. The interesting thing about this is that the Egyptian name is not exactly the name that we think probably the Hyksos people actually used. So technically the name Hut Weret might just be what the Egyptians called the city. We don't know what the Hyksos people called the city. Because Hut Weret specifically just means house of the region, and probably just says that this is the capital of the nome of this area. So it's not totally clear. So this is either a hat or it's either hair. This is like a very common, this image of this like sort of mushroom-shaped hair, a mushroom-shaped hat, is what has been identified with who is a Hyksos person versus who is an Egyptian. So when you look up a picture of the Hyksos, this is one of the pictures that will pop up. And it's either, again, reflecting a hat or hair that is not native Egyptian. I honestly don't know where that piece comes from. I'd have to look it up where that has been found, because honestly I'm not sure. And I don't know if we actually know that is a Hyksos person, but it's always it's like right there on their Wikipedia. I'm actually curious. I might. Let's just see. I just want to see what museum that's in. Hyksos. It's literally like somewhere here. There it is. Official wearing a mushroom-headed hairstyle, also seen in contemporary paintings of West Asiatic foreigners, such as the tomb of Khnumhotep II at Beni Hassan, excavated at Avaris. Okay, the Hyksos capital, in the Stadtliche Sammlung für Egyptian Museum Kunst. So it was excavated at Avaris, and I think it's like kind of reflecting. Where was it? The picture. The sort of the sort of more floofy hair of the men, I think. Yeah, so that is in Germany, but it was actually excavated in Avaris. So, and you can see it's very Egyptian in the center. It's got a very Egyptian type eyes, but obviously the headdress is not very Egyptian. So the Greek name for the city is I can't say it, Auaris, Aruris, or Avaris. It's also called Athria. Clement of Alexandria, a theologian and philosopher, called it Athria. So there's a separate dude who called it a separate name, and who knows if that's actually what it was called. And then the other name that people will find is the archaeological site name, which is Tel El Daba. And I've mentioned this before. Wow, I knew I was going to talk about tells. We talked about tells earlier, but tell means hill in Arabic, and it's used to define archaeological sites in the Near East and Egypt, all of which are typically set on hills. And you can see a lot of the elevation here in the city, and the different parts. So most of this in the southern part, that is considered Avaris. This part in the north, we will talk about in just a second. So again, this was only the capital during the Hyksos rule in the Delta in the 14th and 15th dynasties, during the Second Intermediate period. The city was probably founded earlier, though. It might have been founded by Amenemhet I in the 12th dynasty. And it appears that there actually was a palatial district dating to the 13th dynasty that may have been actually abandoned due to an epidemic in the city. And so essentially when these Hyksos people come into the Delta and they set up more permanent roots for themselves, they set up here in this city and declare themselves rulers of Lower Egypt, and then ruling out of the city of Avaris. After the Hyksos were defeated, it is still continuously occupied for a certain time period up until around when the Ramessides come in. And they set up their capital literally 1.2 miles north of the city, i.e. right over here on this island. 1.2 miles, so close that they decide they don't decide to, like, I don't know, reuse the city. No, they go and build their own one right across the river. And so they ended up actually taking a lot of the materials that are used in Avaris to rebuild their new capital. So they're taking a lot of stuff and reusing it. The main gods and goddesses actually are a little odd for the city, obviously, because the Hyksos are not ethnically Egyptian. They are coming from the Near East. So it's not totally clear because there's a lot of different temples that have been found at this site. And they have a mixture of Egyptian and Near Eastern styles. So it could be for Egyptian gods or it could be for Levantine gods. In general, the Delta does have a higher chance of worshiping the god Set, who is the god of chaos. And it appears that was very prominent here in Avaris because it appears that they identified Set with their god Baal, who was a Canaanite storm god. And one of the lesser attributes of Set is that he is a storm deity. He can cause storms. And so they may have identified with Set, and so it appears that some of the temples may have been for him. And then there are votive objects that were given by the Hyksos people to other rulers, to gods like Ra, Hathor, Sobek, and Wadjet. Wide range of people. So what does remain there today? Not a lot, because again, it's in the Delta, very wet environment. They have been doing a lot of archaeology here. Like, that is why we have this very detailed archaeological map of the site. Originally starting back in 1885, and some of the largest excavations were in the 1940s. The current team that is working them there is the Austrian Archaeological Institute, who's been there since 1975. Again, not as best condition because of the wet nature. It's very close to this part of the Nile, And they have still found a lot of amazing things, though. So there's a busy harbor, multiple temples, burials with horses, which again is very much a Levantine tradition of that time, a large palatial district, as well as large buildings with frescoes, very similar to the bull leaping frescoes from Knossos in Crete, indicating that there was possibly some relations with Crete, possibly some sort of trading or ambassadorship-esque stuff. Very, very interesting site. Definitely watch the other lecture about the Hyksos people to learn more. Yes, and BioArc as well. They got the horse burials. Horse burials, lots of very interesting burials there. It's my favorite city to talk about. It's going to be Akhenaten. So we're jumping back to the New Kingdom. Those were all of the capitals that were happening during the Second Intermediate period. And now we go back to Thebes during the beginning of the New Kingdom, and then Akhenaten comes in and he's like, hey, I'm gonna build a whole brand new capital. So Amarna is what it is colloquially called, is located kind of dead center in the Nile, between Cairo and Giza and Thebes. It is very far from a lot of the major capitals that they ever established. Like, it's still pretty far from Abydos, but it is just like kind of dead center. So the ancient Egyptian name for the city is Akhenaten, not Akhenaten, Akhenaten, meaning the horizon of the Aten. There is no Greek name known for the city because it probably did not exist in Greek times. And similar to the previous capital, we have Tel El Amarna is the name of the archaeological site where the capital was built. And we believe that the Amarna name comes from Beni Amran, which is a tribe that lived in that region at one point. So when was this place the capital? This was the capital for a very short period, what is called the Amarna period. This is my favorite period. This is a very short-lived period. It's essentially just during the reign of one pharaoh, though there are some secondary pharaohs that might be involved. And it technically does also carry over into Tutankhamun's role. So when Akhenaten takes the throne in the 18th dynasty after the death of his father, Amenhotep III, he really instigates a lot of change into the Egyptian lifestyle. He pushes aside Amun and all other major deities and elevates the Aten, who is this genderless version of the sun god Ra, who was a minor deity before. It was not invented by him, but he elevates the Aten to become the only state-sponsored god. Unibuti, there are pictures of the remnants of the fresco, and there have been reconstructions. You can look on it. Sometimes they call them the Minoan frescoes of Avaris or Tel El Daba. There are a few pictures of some of the pieces. It's not a lot of pieces. It's been heavily reconstructed digitally to see what it may have looked like, but there are images enough that it shows that it looks like a bull leaping scene. Very close to the one in Knossos. Akhenaten also changed the art style. He caters towards a very androgynous figures to represent this genderless god. And then he also decides to build a whole new capital entirely from scratch, which I used to think used to be the craziest thing about him. But now I'm looking about all these other capitals, like it's at Tawi and like all these other places that I'm like, wait, actually there are other pharaohs before him that also built brand new capitals for themselves, and I just didn't realize it. I always thought that Akhenaten was kind of cool in that sense, but I'm wrong. So construction of the city started in year 5 of his rule, and then it ended in year 9, but he had declared it the capital in year 7, and potentially he had moved there himself, although it had not been completed. Akhenaten claims that on the boundary stela, that he was brought to this site by the Aten, who told him to build the city to the god there, sort of as he is. That's this prophet of the Aten. And then, unfortunately, the city was abandoned shortly after his son Tutankhamun took the throne, probably around year 2 of his reign. And then that means that the city was pretty much only actively occupied for about 14 years. Very, very short-lived. Obviously, the main deity was the Aten in this city, because it was built completely surrounding the Aten itself. There was a massive great temple for the Aten that was attached to the royal palace by a bridge so that Akhenaten and his family could go and worship the god freely. We do still have evidence that other gods are being worshipped in the city at that time. Well, so technically it was built between year 5. It was built in 4 years. What did it say? What did I say? Year 5 to 9. It's built in 3 years. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 years. It's built in 4 years. Supposedly, most everything is built in 4 years. Enough for everybody to move up to there, and then only lived there for, again, another 10 years. I will tell you why they built it so fast in just a second. We do have evidence that they worshipped other gods, and there's no evidence of having any punishment to not worship other gods. Again, most of these are household gods, Bes, Taweret, Hathor. But there's also, outside of the workman's village, which you can see out here, that was essentially, the workman's village is one of the first villages that is built because it is meant for the workers who are building the city that is nearby. They are not being watched by Akhenaten. Akhenaten is not there, and so there's several shrines outside of the workman's village that were built by the people who lived there for the 4 years that they were building the city itself. So they were still being worshipped, just not as actively and not state-run in that case. And during this time, Akhenaten closed all the other temples, supposedly, in other cities. Probably mainly the ones for Amun, but may have closed more. So what remains there today? As you can see, there's this very long city as it kind of curves along the Nile, but it is not really built. Some of it definitely is built into the cultivated areas of the Nile, but most is it more built actually in the desert. So the central city here in the middle has the palace and the great temple of the Aten. The main city is here. There is a south suburb down here. There's all the Maro Aten, which doesn't exist anymore, but that was a temple site. Workman's Village, Stone Village. There's then a north suburb, a northern palace, and then a northern city. And then I had to crop this. There are the red dots are parts of the border stele, and then the royal wadi is out this way with all the burials. You're back, Sultan. So we know about a decent amount about this city. The problem is that it's not good remnants. As you can see from our pictures, this is all we got. These are not tall remnants. These are very typical archaeology remnants. It's just nothing stands very high as they do in Thebes. So it's this kind of double-edged sword of preservation. Because it's only occupied for 14 years, it's one of the only ancient Egyptian cities that has an internal plan preserved, that we can see the internal plan of that city. And so we have so many of these roads. We have the central city, palaces and temples, and then the tombs. But because it was so hastily constructed in such a short time period, it used extremely cheap materials that do not preserve well. So only the palaces and the temples were made with good, strong materials like stone. Though for decoration, they use something called a talatat system, which are these sort of thin decorated stones that were sort of inserted all together and then plastered and then carved again. It's very confusing. But the majority of the houses are made with mud brick and then whitewashed to make it look like they are made out of stone. So for the most part, the entire city is built in mud brick. You can see the difference between, yes, this is technically reconstructed, but this is all mud brick next to it. And the other thing is that most of the people who built it are actually the military. It is, I think, pretty well known that the Akhenaten actually took the military away from their military duties and made them build the city. I I'm sure, Baha, there is an estimation, but I do not know it off the top of my head. Yeah, I do not know. I feel like it's a good, maybe 100,000, but that's a very, I am pulling that out of absolutely nowhere. So I'm sure there is an estimation, but I'm not sure what. What was the other thing? To top it all off, in more modern history, Egyptians really love something called seke. Seke, I think it's called. It's decomposing mud bricks. They are a favorite of modern Egyptians to use as fertilizer. And so the site has been heavily looted looking for those decomposing mud bricks. Archaeology has been done in the site for many, many years, and the Amarna project is continuously doing there. There are a shit ton of burials. I do not know how many. There are very, very many. Tons are, that's one of the actual main focuses of the Amarna period, of the Amarna project right now, is burials around this area. There are not very many tombs, so there's only a few different tombs, and there's only a few different tombs in the Wadi. Like, there's probably less than 20 actual tombs, but there are many, many burials in the near the workman's village and the stone village. Yeah, regular burials, yeah. But there's also, the other thing is that, because think about it, when you're building a tomb, you are starting that when you are very young. So there are tombs that date to the Amarna period that are in Saqqara and are in Thebes. And they were probably still buried there, because if you lived to 30, you might have if you lived to 30, if you lived to 40, you would have started your tomb down in Thebes. You would have then gone to Amarna for 14 years, or for maybe 10 years, and then you would have gone back. So there are, not everyone who lived in this city would have been buried there or died there. A probably very small portion. It's only whoever died within 10 years, almost, if that makes sense. I don't recognize that name. Is she Amarna Project? The person I know, well, Barry Kemp was the person on the Amarna Project, and, oh. I was gonna say, the other person is, she lives around where I live, Jacqueline Williamson. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen her name before. But yeah, so unfortunately, very heavily looted. It's still a site that I very much want to go to, but it unfortunately is very disappointing kind of when you go to it in comparison to a lot of sites. All right, let's talk about Pi-Ramesses. You can see how close Pi-Ramesses is to Avaris. I liked this picture because I thought it was, I thought it gave the very great details of how close they are. So this is the next capital. It is built by during the Ramesside period. Not very well preserved today as well. Just over a mile, 1.2 miles north of the capital of Avaris in the eastern branch of the Nile. So this is, the ancient Egyptian name is Per Ramassu, meaning the house of Ramesses. And then the Greek name is Pi-Ramesses. When it was the capital, probably originally being built by Ramses I, the first pharaoh of the 19th dynasty during the New Kingdom. Probably it is potentially even built by him when he is a soldier working under Pharaoh Hormheb at the end of the 18th dynasty. So he may have actually established this place as a military outpost for Hormheb, because of its really strategic location north to the Near East. But then when he actually becomes pharaoh, because Hormheb doesn't have any children, he established this as his capital city. And nope, I lied. I'm going ahead of myself. That's a lie. Ramses I establishes as a military outpost. Thebes is still the capital during this time. It was used as a summer palace during the reign of Seti I. So it goes Akhenaten, Semenkhare, Neferneferuaten, which are all mixed up into that. Then you get Tutankhamun, you get Ai, you get Horemheb, and then you get Ramses the First. So Horemheb doesn't get included. So when I consider Amarna period pharaohs, I will include Akhenaten, Semenkhare, Neferneferuaten, Tutankhamun, and I will include Ai in there. Mostly just because he was a vizier during the reign of probably during the reign of Amenhotep III as well. And he is thought to be possibly biologically related to some of the people during the Amarna period, but that's not confirmed. Horemheb I separate because he was the person who was actively trying to destroy the name and the knowledge of Akhenaten and stuff. So like Horemheb was actively destroying Aten sites, was actively going back to Amarna and destroying it. So like I don't consider him part of the Amarna period. He's in this like no man's land in between the Amarna period and the 19th dynasty. I need water. So Pi-Ramesses, originally founded by Ramses I, was used as a summer palace at the beginning of the 19th dynasty, probably during the reign of Seti I, but it actually was not established as the capital of Egypt until Ramses II. So around 1279 BCE. And the city was probably about 18 square kilometers or about 6.9 square miles. And at its height may have held around 300,000 people. Because the city is unfortunately not well preserved at all, we aren't really totally sure what temples to gods were featured in the city. But as I mentioned earlier in the Delta, the Delta was full of worship for the god of chaos Set. We do believe the Ramessides continued this practice, especially with two pharaohs named after the god Set, Seti I and Seti II. Also, Amun-Ra is still pretty important, so he is also probably getting included in this as well. So, what the heck remains here today? As you can see, not much. A field. This capital was eventually abandoned during the 20th dynasty for a variety of reasons. One of which is that the Plusiac branch of the Nile, which you can see runs straight through here, began silting up around 1060 BCE, and that left the city without a harbor, which is not good, because that is how people are getting there. And again, it is the easiest way to travel around Egypt is via boat, especially in the Delta. So the Nile, that part of the Nile was silting up. It was getting full of silt, and the river was changing. This leads the pharaohs of the 21st dynasty to move the capital west on another branch of the Nile. And during this, they use Pi-Ramesses essentially as a quarry. They transport materials, obelisks, statues, sphinxes, etc., all to this new site. And so the actual site of Pi-Ramesses doesn't have a lot currently there at that moment. Excavations have been conducted in the Delta for a long time, but the funny thing about this is that scholars accidentally identified the 21st dynasty capital, which we're going to talk about next, as Pi-Ramesses. I cannot blame them, because they took all the stuff from Pi-Ramesses and moved it to this other place. So I don't blame all the Egyptologists for thinking that was Pi-Ramesses. And it wasn't until the 1960s when Pi-Ramesses was actually located by the Egyptologist Manfred Beitok. They discovered the remains of the city near the modern village of Kontir. They found a central temple, a large precinct of mansions with a grid pattern of streets, and a collection of houses and workshops to the east. The Palace of Ramses is believed to be under the modern village, so it hasn't really been able to be investigated properly. But they also did discover different canals and lakes, sometimes being described as the Venice of Egypt. And again, these canals would have been completely useless if the Nile silted up. We talked about this randomly in one of our discussion streams. They found a massive stable complex, which we talked about because they found a cistern that was used as a horse toilet to collect horse urine, I believe for tanning leather, I think is what we determined. But yeah, they found the giant horse toilet. I think that's when we found that out from the, what was the funny show? History something. I can't remember. We found that out during our anniversary stream, I think. So what was this 21st dynasty capital that we keep talking about? It's gonna be Tanis. Horrible histories, thank you. Those horrible histories. So we're Tanis, very, very close. So Kontir, this is very hard to see, I know, I'm sorry I made these so small. Kontir is here, and Tel El Daba, Avaris, and then just north is going to be Tanis. Very close to Pyramesses, and as well as Avaris. Avaris is, again, very obviously so close. But this one is on the Tanitic branch of the Nile. In ancient Egyptian, it was called Janet, though there is an inscription dating to Ramses II where it mentions the fields of Tanis. So it might actually date a little bit earlier. And then in Greek, they called it Tanis. It was the capital, was probably established as a city shortly before it actually became the capital. There is evidence it was the capital of the 14th nome of Lower Egypt in the 19th dynasty, but it wasn't established as a capital until the 21st dynasty. The main gods and goddesses worshipped here are going to be Amun-Ra, who at that point is slowly replacing the worship of Set in the Delta. And then we know this is a large portion of Tanis that we know today, but it's mostly just the temple complex. We know that Mut and Khonsu are also being worshipped because they're the wife and son of Amun. It's essentially they are just taking the Theban triad and they're just moving it to Tanis. And we definitely know that they are doing this to sort of like make fun of Thebes, because when they talk about these gods and goddesses in Tanis, they are actually using Theban epithets or Theban titles for these gods while they're still being worshipped in the Delta. So they're definitely just kind of taking it straight from Thebes. They're not really reinventing the wheel. And then after the beginning of the 22nd dynasty, the capital moves again. So Tanis was still the capital of the 19th nome of Lower Egypt, and we do know that there is some expansion of the city during the Ptolemaic period, but it kind of dwindles very quickly. I'm there. I'm almost there yet. Just wait. I didn't have a picture, but I have to talk about it. So the archaeological site of Tanis is called San el Hagar. And there is a decent amount that still remains there, including the several obelisks, which are all these tiny dots, if you can see them here, that those were all once obelisks. And this used to be around the temple of Amun-Ra. I have to. So it was rediscovered quite early around the Napoleonic campaign, but again, they thought that it was Pyramesses, so it took them a while to realize it was Tanis. The most famous discoveries from Tanis was made by Pierre Montet. He excavated the site for a very, very long time and then discovered the royal tombs of Tanis in the 1940s, which you can see here are just right next to the temple. And iconically, this is talked about in the first Indiana Jones movie, but in this case, it is a fictional lost city where the key to finding the Ark of the Covenant was buried. It has genuinely nothing to do with the actual city of Tanis. But what I think is funny is that the movie, I don't know when that movie is dating to, but that movie dates to very close to when Pierre Montet discovered the royal treasures of Tanis. I don't know if that movie's in the 30s or the 40s, but Pierre Montet discovered the tombs of Tanis right before the beginning of World War II. And obviously the Nazis are there, so it's around the same time, which I think is very funny that both of those things happened at the same time. All right, I think we're getting an ad. Does anyone have any questions? I can't tell. We might get an ad. Oh my god, I'm still so... Oh. All right, we're gonna power through these last ones. Okay, there's the ad. Okay. How many do I have left? I got 6. I got 6 left. They keep changing the capital on me at the very end of this, the very end of ancient Egyptian history. So it's hard to cover all of them. Only got 6 left. We can do this. Yeah, the first one. It is technically the only, it is the only, it's the only actual archaeological dig that is actually depicted in any of the Indiana Jones movies. 1936, so a little bit earlier. But yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. But yeah, I guess it's the Nazis before the war. But he still doesn't like them. He doesn't like them even before the war. Oh, okay. Okay. 48 seconds. Yeah, wasn't there recently a painting that was found to be, like, found from Nazis? I literally just have to write more. And maybe even film something. I gotta see if I can film something. Here's the thing, is if I could get a lot of stuff done tomorrow. Okay, so I'm sort of using Monday mostly as a day off, but I was trying to get everything written before tomorrow so that I could film on tomorrow and then have a fun day on Monday, which rhymes. But I don't know if it depends on if I'm able to film everything tomorrow. And then I have Thursday off as well, but Thursday is my mom and I are going to clean my apartment. So it's still not a fun day. I know I need a day off, but I will get a day off. If I can get as many scripts and videos filmed, I will finally get a day off next week. I have not been able to do a huge bulk script and filming in like months. And so that is my problem, is that has still, I can't even do all the stuff I need to do to convert over to, what's it called, to the new bot system, because I just need to get the stuff that is done daily, and then I can go into stuff that is done monthly or doesn't have a deadline. I only do stuff that rhymes. Exactly. Monday, fun day. Fun day, Monday. Okay, we have 6 more capitals to get through. Yeah, August. We're gonna go in August. At this point, August is the only time I can get a vacation. All right, Bubastis. This capital is established during the 22nd dynasty, is also in the Delta, but is back on the Pelusic branch of the Nile. The pharaohs of this time are not that being adventurous, and they are choosing for choosing the locations of their capitals. You will find almost all of them are in the Delta now. They never leave the Delta essentially ever since Thebes. So this so in Egyptian it's called Per Bast, or the House of Bast, or Bastet. Those are the same goddess, they just changed their name throughout ancient Egyptian history. And then the Greek name is Bubastis. The archaeological site is called Tel Basta in Arabic, but it can also be referred to as Zag Azig, which is the modern city that it is located in. It was originally the capital of the Nome Ket in the 18th Nome of Lower Egypt, and then there's evidence that it was settled all the way back in the second dynasty of the Old Kingdom, so way, way, way far back. And so this became the capital under Pharaoh Shawshank I, who was the first ruler of the 22nd dynasty, which is sometimes called the Bubastite dynasty. Thank you. And so it was at its height during the 22nd and 23rd dynasties. I still haven't watched Monuments Men. I've been wanting to watch that for a while. I actually have not watched it. You should also watch The Woman in Gold. The Woman in Gold is a mixture of a story of a piece that got stolen during World War II, and then also the more modern court case to get the painting back. And there's a book, but it's the movie has Ryan Gosling in it, and it is like the most normal movie that Ryan Gosling is in. He plays a lawyer you would never expect. Not Ryan Gosling. Ryan Reynolds. Excuse me. Ryan Reynolds. Why did I say Ryan Gosling? That's not his name. What is his name? Yeah. One of the Ryans. Yeah. Is it Ryan Gosling? No. What the fuck is his name? It is Ryan. It is Ryan Gosling. Is this what? Do I have a fave airplane movie? Oh my god, that's such a great question. I saw an article about that, and one of them was Crazy Rich Asians. I was like, Crazy Rich Asians is a good airplane movie. I use airplane movies to watch things I've never watched before. Like, honestly, I don't go to movies a lot, and so usually I use airplanes to watch movies I've never seen before. So I watched Coco for the first time on an airplane. That was a mistake. I cried so much. I did watch when I went over to Egypt, I watched the last Indiana Jones again. I did see that one in theaters, but yeah, I tend to watch movies that I've never seen before, but that's only if they have movies. If I have to find the movie, I'm watching something I've already seen just on my iPad. But yeah, I always try to watch movies I've never seen before for the most part. Yeah, Coco on a plane was very rough. Hello, Casey. Welcome on in. I was in the last row of the plane, and there was a child sitting next to me and her grandmother, and I'm on the corner by the window, and I'm just like, I'm just like sobbing, crying. I was so jaded. I was like, I cannot believe I watched that on the plane for the first time. It ruined me. I was like, please do not let this 5-year-old child and her grandmother judge me hard. I was so quiet. I know, remember me. I'm just like, I'm literally, what the fudge cakes was that? Oh, I think my music ran out. Wait, give me a second. Video paused. No, I don't. There we go. We need to figure out new chill music. This is all gonna be when we switch to Mix It Up Bot, whenever that will eventually happen. But welcome in, Casey. We're talking about ancient Egyptian capital cities. We have like 5 more to go, and then we're gonna end. But I'm so sleepy. I know my music is so old. It's all gonna get fixed whenever I have time to actually transfer over to Mix It Up Bot. This is always the music. I didn't realize the last one I realized, I think this one ran out, and there's another one that was previous that I just didn't even realize that it switched over. Yeah, thank you so much for lurking, Casey. So Per Bastet, it's very obvious who the major gods and goddesses of here. It's going to be Bast or Bastet, who is a cat deity. She had some like, oh Malanta. Oh my Lanza! Look at those potatoes! Are those potatoes? Those are potatoes, right? I don't know what they are. I don't care. Welcome on in, everybody! I might, Amber. I might. I haven't decided yet. Welcome on in, Raiders. How is everybody tonight? Thank you so much, Astro Canuck. Ooh, look.
Let me know
It's
what
the
color
star.
stud you would like.
The stars. I love that you can you do that for streaming, Astro. It's so cool. How are you? I'm doing very well. We are talking about ancient Egypt today, but let me introduce myself. Let me go over to this for a second. My name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology and archaeology games here on Twitch, as well as doing lectures and guest lectures and discussions and a whole lot of other things. I have been teaching about ancient Egypt online for like, oh God, I think we're coming up on 6 years, which is crazy. But we are doing a series called the Beyond Nile Lecture Series tonight. From March to September every year, I give one lecture a month about an ancient Egyptian topic, and then we also get a guest, and so we have a guest lecture every month as well. So today, yeah, thank you so much, Astro. So we are wrapping up, but not wrapping up because I still probably have at least a half an hour of talking about what we were talking about today. But we are talking about ancient Egyptian cities and gnomes. And when I say gnomes, I'm looking you dead in the eye. Gnomes with an N, not gnomes with a G. They are territorial divisions of Egypt. We actually had to split this lecture into 2 parts. And so in 2 weeks, I will be giving a second part in which we'll be talking about cult centers, necropoli, and Egyptian cities outside of the Nile River Valley. I don't know, Astro. I don't know. I have to do some serious like figuring out because I actually can't remember if I need people or if I don't need people, but you're always on the list. Absolutely. This year was weird because usually I put out like a call for action, and this year I was like, I know the people I want to ask. And so I didn't do the typical form that I typically do where I just put it out there and be like, who wants to join me? So, but we would love to have you. Absolutely. We would love that. But also, I will say we're also getting somebody else to talk about astronomy in ancient Egypt for next month. So there's just too many amazing people talking about astronomy online on Twitch today. But we love you. We love you. Thank you so much for coming on in. And feel free if you need to raid and rest. I just love the potato. No, totally not a nerd or totally not a moo that we talked with last year and such. But absolutely feel free to raid and rest if you need to. We are just wrapping up talking about capital cities. And so we're going in chronological order. We've now gotten to the point where every dynasty is switching the capital, and so they are not very long running capital cities, but they are kind of larger cities. But we are talking about Bubastis, so which is also known as Per-Bast, and the major god of this city was Bast or Bastet. She is a cat goddess, probably originally a lioness goddess, but then kind of converted more into a domestic cat goddess up until like kind of the end of ancient Egyptian history. She was probably being worshipped in around the Middle Kingdom, maybe a little bit earlier, although she's very much tied in with Sekhmet, who is a lioness goddess. And so sometimes people describe there's a whole legend of Sekhmet. Thank you so much, Winsing, and thank you so much, Karen Day is my name. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. There's a whole legend of the goddess Sekhmet, who was really bloodthirsty, and she was sort of going around and killing a ton of people and drinking their blood. And so the only way to stop the goddess was to dye beer red. And then that made her get drunk and get more docile. And so she turns into Bast or Bastet. And so that is sort of, they are very much seen sometimes as two sides of the same coin. We do know that there was a temple to Bastet in the city, which you can see here in the center of this map. And it appears that it was expanded during the reign of Ramses II in the 19th dynasty, and then later when it was the capital. There also, very interestingly, was an oracle of Bast, probably dating closer to the Greek period of Egypt. There didn't really seem to be a lot of oracles in Egypt during the Pharaonic period. They seem to be more of a maybe Hellenistic thing that's sort of added in and mixed with the Egyptian stuff. But we also do know that the festival of Bast was still active into the Greek and Roman period, as it is described by Herodotus. And he, in this case, doesn't actually seem to be a rumor where he's writing down everybody's rumors and legends. It appears that he may have actually witnessed the festival of Bast, which is actually pretty cool. And so it is one of those things, because it seems to be like it seems to be an actual like eyewitness account, sort of. You're just asking why Bastet? She's a cool goddess? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know why she is heavily worshipped in this city, but they must have loved their cats, I guess. I don't know. But we also know that millions, literally millions of cat mummies have been found in the city or in and around the city, buried for this goddess. So, and again, yeah, the best thing I can say is like sometimes there is a better explanation. So like Abydos is believed is a cult site of Osiris because that's where they believed that he was buried. So like sometimes there's a better explanation and a lot of times there's unfortunately not. So not really sure. What does remain in the city today? As you can see from our image, it is underneath a modern city. So there's not a lot, but it looks like some parts have been excavated. There is still apparently some remains of the temple to Bastet on the site today. There's also evidence of something called the Canal of the Pharaohs, which as actually you can sort of see it here. So the Canal of the Pharaohs was begun by Pharaoh Necho II, to get to the Red Sea, but it was never finished in the Pharaonic lifetime. But it sort of looks like this. It essentially connects to where is now the Suez Canal, we do know that unfortunately when the Persians invaded Egypt, they did dismantle the walls of the city and such. And we know that the site is currently being excavated by the Tel Basta project, which is a German-Egyptian project. Hi, Winsing. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome on in. This is kind of different than what we see in other Western. Yeah, it is. It is having kind of these main gods and goddesses. And the best thing I can just really describe is that like in the ancient world in general, not a lot of people are traveling. And so each kind of has to each their own. They're not really interacting a lot with a lot of other people. And so they are going to discover and do what they kind of want to do. Yeah, it's very hard to kind of describe why for the most part. Okay. Leontopolis was the next short-lived capital during the 23rd dynasty. Yes, Mark, there is. You can see the picture here. Yeah, there's a big Bastet temple. Also apparently looks like a temple to Hermes as well. And the remains are still sort of there. That's okay. Back to Leontopolis. So again, in the Nile Delta, they don't get creative. They're not leaving the Nile Delta pretty much anymore. But this one is, oh look, I put Letotopolis. Leontopolis is up here. I was trying to find maps with all of them named, and not a lot of them get named on here, but it's on there somewhere. The Egyptian name is Teremu, or the land of the fish, and the Greek name is Leontopolis, the city of lions, also known as Leonto, or just lion. Today the site is called Tel El Mukdam, or the mound of the city in Arabic. It is originally a capital of the 11th nome of Lower Egypt, but it only becomes a capital of the entirety of Egypt in the 23rd dynasty during the Third Intermediate period. This is sometimes typically described as a Libyan dynasty, and sometimes described as like the Libyans invaded and or potentially settled in the Delta and then became rulers of this 23rd dynasty. But unfortunately, the period is very elusive. Lots of scholars have argued where they actually ruled out of, and so the identification of Leontopolis comes from Kenneth Kitchen, who is the Egyptologist that actually proposed that we should identify the Third Intermediate period together. He only proposed this in the 1970s. But the problem is that this dynasty probably didn't rule the entirety of Egypt. It probably just ruled the Delta. And I forgot to mention this when we talked about Thebes, but there's also a group called the High Priests of Amun who rose up during the 22nd dynasty and declared themselves kings of Upper Egypt, but they are not considered part of any one of the dynasties. And this is sort of during this similar time period. This time period gets really confusing, and I'm thinking we might do a giant discussion about it because it just doesn't make sense to my brain. So it might be easier for us to all just kind of read it together and talk about it. It does appear that the city got its Greek name from the presence of temples to the goddesses Bast and Sekhmet, as well as Sekhmet and Ptah's son Mahaez, all of which are lion, lioness, or cat deities. Supposedly, during the Ptolemaic period, there were apparently live lions that lived in the temples. If that's true, that's cool. If it's not, that's not the craziest thing. That would not be true. It took a really long time for scholars to agree where the city was located. In the 1700s, it was argued that it was at Tel Esabe, or something called Lion's Hill, which makes sense. But then in the early 1800s, they thought it was near El Mengele, and it wasn't located until the mid-1800s. And I honestly could not find a lot of evidence if it's been actively excavated or what has been found at this site. It's obviously not talked about a lot because it's not on a lot of maps, unfortunately. Then we have Sais is our next capital city. Again, sticking with the capital in the Delta. It's up here, over on this side. But this is a capital that was one for a little bit longer than some of these other capitals. So this is located more on the western Nile Delta. Its Egyptian name is Zau, and its Greek name is Sais, and its ruins are in the town of Sa El Hagar. Not San El Hagar, but Sa El Hagar. Different than where Tanis is. So it had been occupied for a really long time. Some recent excavations have discovered that there was a settlement in the Neolithic period around 5000 BCE. Mostly it looks more like a fishing camp, but then there seems to be an agricultural town as well. And then it was the capital of the 5th nome of Lower Egypt, and then was the capital of Egypt during the 24th and 26th dynasties of Egypt during the late period. The 26th dynasty is specifically called the Sayite period because of the capital being in Sais. I am skipping over the 25th dynasty because the capital during this dynasty is down in Kush, or in Nubia. So we skipped over that one, just so you know, because we don't have time to talk about Nubian cities along top of all of this. The main god for this area is going to be Neith, a goddess of war, and it is probably since the first dynasty she has been worshipped in this area. And there's not a lot that remains there today. There are still some ruins recorded in the early 1800s, which you can see this drawing of here. Most of it seems to be missing because of the practice of taking decomposed mud bricks to be reused as fertilizer. Sebak is what it's called. And one interesting factoid is it does actually appear that there was a medical school associated with the temple, though it's unclear what time period that was. But I'm going to look into it more in my medicine series that I'm going to do on TikTok. It does appear that I think in general, a lot of temples were known to have medical or doctors or schools and such. But it appears that this one, there is like more evidence than others. And then there are also 2 obelisks that are now in Italy that are claimed to have come from this city specifically. Next is Mendes. Very short-lived capital, also in the Delta. You can see more on the eastern side now. This is located on the eastern Nile Delta. It is now on a silted up Medesian branch of the river. Its ancient Egyptian name is Jedet, or Per Baneb Jedet, or the domain of the Ram Lord of Jedet. Sometimes it is also called Anpet, and its Greek name is Mendes. Today, its archaeological sites are in between 2 different names. There's Tel El Ruba and Tel El Tamai. It was the capital of the 16th nome of Lower Egypt until it was replaced by a separate city called Thmuis in the Greco-Roman period. But the sites are really close together. They're essentially, Tel El Tamai is the modern name of Thmuis, and so they're pretty much right next to each other. But Mendes was not made the capital of the entirety of Egypt until the 29th dynasty during the late period. And yes, I did skip the 27th dynasty, which was the first Persian period. And I also skipped the 28th dynasty, which only has 1 pharaoh. And there's very little info, but more than likely he ruled out of Sais. But there's only 1 pharaoh in that entire dynasty. So we skipped over him. The 29th dynasty overthrew the 1 pharaoh of the 28th dynasty named Amtraeus in open battle and put him to death in Memphis. But this site seems to have gotten even more popular in the Greek and Roman periods and was visited by many of the famous geographers and historians like Herodotus, Diodorus, Strabo, Mela, Pliny the Elder, Ptolemy, and Stephanus of Byzantium. What the difference is essentially that it's the Persian period is the 27th dynasty. This one dude takes back Egypt from the Persians, but then he immediately gets defeated by this dynasty, the 29th dynasty, which has more pharaohs that are related to each other. And so essentially, because he was defeated by them, they don't include him in that dynasty. No, Starbucks, absolutely. We don't talk about dynasties very often. Dynasties and kingdoms, or also called intermediate periods, they are all invented by Egyptologists. They are not the way that ancient Egyptians divided their history. Dynasties can either be made up of family relations, similar locations of the capital cities, or completely arbitrary, and they have no actual relations and they are just from the same time period. So dynasties have been invented by Egyptologists to just make 5,000 years of history a little bit more consumable. So in this particular case, the only reason that there is 1 pharaoh is because he takes over the Persians. So he's not going to get included in that Persian dynasty. And then he is immediately taken over by another group of people who are completely unrelated to him. So he's not going to be included in that dynasty either. So that is kind of this is a very unique case. It's the only dynasty that only has 1 person. Unless you consider the 32nd dynasty when Alexander the Great is the king as a dynasty. Most people don't consider it as a full dynasty, but technically he's the only one in that dynasty either. But yeah, that's the easiest way. So unlike like Chinese dynasties, which all have to have family relations, you do not have to have dynasties. So technically there are 32 dynasties. The 32nd dynasty is Alexander the Great. But a lot of people don't call it the 32nd dynasty. The 31st is technically the last that most people will talk about. Technically, the Ptolemaic pharaohs don't have a number. They don't get a numbered dynasty. They just are called the Ptolemaic pharaohs. They are technically the 33rd, but they don't get a number, technically. I would not be able to talk about ancient Egyptian history if we did not have dynasties or kingdoms. They are necessary. I don't know how we would ever describe... I would never be able to describe ancient Egyptian history as easily as I can from memory if we did not have dynasties. There's just nothing else to give them that... I can't know over 200 pharaohs' names, but I can know every single... I don't know every single dynasty, but I know every single time period. Yes, Star. Not dynasty numbers. Well, actually, yes. So thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. So the most recent, so Dynasty 0 was a recent one that was sort of invented or proposed, is during the early dynastic period, which was a time period that didn't exist, according to Egyptologists. It just went pre-dynastic to Old Kingdom. Early dynastic is now Dynasty 0. So it counts a couple of those pharaohs sort of before Narmer, but during Narmer. And then technically the third intermediate period was not proposed as a section that we should talk about until the 70s. Kenneth Kitchen was, that's like the last one that was added. Yeah, Dynasty 0 is weird. It's really hard to describe, but it is something as a later addition. The early dynastic period was not something that was really... It was something very strange. Nobody really taught me what Dynasty 0 or the early dynastic period was, but I distinctly remember when I was doing my thesis that I had everything in... I did my thesis by looking at ancient Egyptian dogs, and they are dated, they are put in order of date. And so I had some things that were dated to the first dynasty, and my professor was like, why aren't you labeling that as the early dynastic period? That's not the Old Kingdom, that's the early dynastic period. And I'm like, since when is Dynasty 1 the early dynastic period? Like, what is the early dynastic period? And I remember he was very rude about it, because I've told you my professor was rude. But like, I feel like that just sort of came out of fucking nowhere for me. The other thing is that, yes, as Unibuni is saying on TikTok, that there's also the Abydos dynasty, which doesn't get a number. It's a theorized dynasty. And then there are the high priests of Amun during the third intermediate period, who are declaring themselves kings and ruling, but they don't get a dynasty number either. So is there really a 00 dynasty? I've never heard of a 00 dynasty. That can't be right. Please don't tell me someone's proposed a 00 dynasty. I'm gonna have to look that up later. That sounds actually crazy. A 00 dynasty. Yeah, so only certain ones in Egypt are what Egyptologists have done is they've taken that word dynasty and just applied it to other groups, even if they are not family. There are really great family trees. The 18th dynasty, almost the entire dynasty, is a full family tree, but that is a rare exception. A lot of the people in the third dynasty is a family tree, but not everybody. Yeah. It's just easier because I'm not doing research and other things. I'm not going to get confused. Okay. So Nakata 2C to 3A2, Jesus Christ, is considered Dynasty 00. Oh my God. Just keep it as Nakata. Just keep it as those weird numbers. Nakata 2 to Nakata 3. Ugh, that's so confusing. But that is wild that they're renaming it Dynasty 00. Oh my God. But yeah, so that is why there's this random dynasty that only has one pharaoh in it, named Emerteus. Emerteus is his name. The last couple things about Mendes. Mendes was especially known as a place that manufactured perfumes. That was specifically called the Mendesium Ugentum. And it does appear that the branch of the Nile did silt up. and may have been one of the reasons that the city doesn't really appear anywhere beyond the 1st century CE. The major gods and goddesses of this city are going to be, again, Ba-neb-Jedet, who is the Ba of the Lord of Jet, which is Osiris. So he is the Ba of Osiris, which is a portion of his soul. He's a ram-headed deity, is very similar to the god Khnum. It is also the cult center for his wife, the fish god Hat-Mehit, and their child Har-Pa-Keherd, or Horus the Child. The site is the largest surviving tell in the Nile Delta, again made up of 2 different tells. Tel El Ruba is the site of the main temple enclosure, and then Tel El Tamai is the settlement site of Thumis. The temple appears to have had 4 pylons or gates in total, dating back to the Metal Kingdom. And there's also a large, very, very large, Old Kingdom necropolis with around 9,000 burials. And there was also a cemetery of sacred rams that was discovered in the northwest section of the tell. Obviously, it's not very well preserved, like, so that you could walk around it like Thebes, but it seems that it's actually a pretty well preserved tell, mostly because, I'm going to say it, mostly because it doesn't look like there's any settlement on top of it at the moment. Two more, and then I'm going to take a bathroom break, and then we'll come back to finish it up. So this one is a site I had never heard of before in my life. This is one that was only used for one dynasty, like many of these, but it is located in the kind of dead center of the Nile on the Sebeniotic branch of the Nile. The Egyptian name is Cheb-ed-Necher, meaning the city of the sacred calf, and its Greek name is Sembitos, and then today it is known as Samanund, probably from the Coptic name for it. This was the capital of the 12th nome of Lower Egypt, and it was the seat of power in the 30th dynasty of Egypt. This is the final native dynasty of Egypt, as they were taken over by the Persians in the 31st dynasty, and then they were taken over by Alexander the Great. So again, the 31st is the Persian. There's no capital in Egypt. It's obviously the Persian capital. So this is technically one of the last capitals of ancient Egypt, or a native, well, actually, no, this is the last native capital of Egypt. Again, located on the Sebeniotic branch of the Nile, it is also silted up today. And it's best known as the hometown of the Ptolemaic priest and historian Manetho and Nectanebo II, the last native ruler of ancient Egypt. The Persians took over Egypt twice. They took over Egypt and then got kicked out, and then took over Egypt again. And that is essentially, as I've sort of described it, Alexander the Great gets Egypt as a consolation prize. I always thought he conquered Egypt. He did not. He conquered the Persian Empire, which already had Egypt. So he literally just gets it with a consolation prize. The major god of this city is going to be An-Hur, or An-Hur-Shu, again, a god of war. He's also worshipped in Abydos. And this also meant that his wife, Mehit, a lioness goddess from Nubia, is also worshipped here. Very, very, very little remains today. There is a modern city located on the site. And this was the remains of the temple to An-Hur and his wife, which are now on display in the Walters Art Museum in Baltimore. Native Egyptian. That's the native Egyptian. As in related to the previous ancient Egyptians. Finally, the last one. The final capital of ancient Egypt is the iconic Alexandria. Again, in the Nile Delta, but up towards the very western half. Honestly, technically, it's not even on a branch of the Nile. It is only on the coast of the Mediterranean. This is probably the most consistent capital of the country in like the second half of ancient Egyptian history. Then later, obviously, going into modern Egyptian history. It is not really on the branch of the Nile, but it's also on Lake Mareotis, which is kind of here to the south of it as well. So here's a super interesting fact that I did not know until I did this research. The ancient Egyptian name for the city that we think is the ancient Egyptian name is Ra Kedet, and it might be the name of an earlier settlement before Alexander the Great founded the city. But what's so interesting is that this name might just be essentially meaning quote unquote construction site. And it actually is referring to the establishment of a new city. Literally, the word means that which is built up. And as you can see, the root of the word is ked, which includes a man building a city or building a wall of some sort. So it's unclear how this word is used in the beginning of this site. We know that then the Greek name is Rakotis, which is just, again, the Greek version of that name. And then it becomes Alexandria. Specifically, it's actually called Alexandria by the sea, or by or near Egypt. Because obviously there are other Alexandrias, because Alexander the Great's just running around building Alexandrias. It does appear that there was some activity at the site dating to the Old Kingdom, and then sometime around 1000 to 800 BCE, but then nothing more before the Greek period. There may have been essentially a trading port located here during the time of Ramses II, but it appears really there was nothing more than a fishing village before Alexander arrived. Alexander the Great apparently chose this location for the city because he envisioned a causeway that would connect the nearby island of Pharos, which you can see here, and that would make essentially two natural harbors, the Great Harbor and then the old port. It was supposed to supersede the Greek colony of Naucratis as a link between Greece and Egypt. Naucratis is one of the only known Greek settlements within Egypt, and I'm now realizing I thought we were going to talk about that, but I think it means that we must be talking about it next time because it's a cult center for something. Why do I feel like I've skipped that? Oh, I don't have time to think about it. But yeah, so it supersedes Naucratis as a link between Greece and Egypt. Alexander never ever saw the city because he left Egypt within a couple months. So he never actually saw the building of the capital. And it technically did not actually become the capital until after his death, when Ptolemy declares himself pharaoh over Egypt. It was just going to be a city. It was just going to be Alexandria. But it becomes the capital when Ptolemy becomes the first Greek pharaoh over Egypt. There is a potential that Ptolemy may have ruled through Memphis actually at the very beginning. Probably that's because Alexandria was still being built. So it was officially declared the capital in 305 BCE, which again is that's about 30-ish years after Alexander the Great died, maybe a little less. So it took a little time for Alexandria to kind of become that capital. And then it becomes that capital all throughout the entire Ptolemaic period. And yes, for the most part, there's no Egyptian influence on this city, architecture-wise. Pretty much nothing. Not really a lot of evidence of Egyptian architecture in this city. I'm so close. So because the city is meant to be a Hellenistic city, most of the gods and goddesses that are worshipped here are not Egyptian. We do know there were temples for Poseidon, for Saturn, and then a Greek and Egyptian combination god called Serapis. And then slightly outside of the city, we have the bigger temple of Taposiris Magna, which appears to have been mostly for Osiris and Isis, but built around that time. So the Ptolemaic pharaohs are depicted as Egyptian on Egyptian temples that they built, but probably in their daily lives, they are dressing like Greeks. Yeah, no, the way that it is depicted in Assassin's Creed Origins is fairly accurate to what our knowledge is. That was probably one of the most accurate cities, just because we have maps of Alexandria. We have lots and lots of writings of people telling us what Alexandria looks like. So it's probably one of the more accurate cities in the game. So what the heck remains at this site? There has been a lot of small scale excavations that have been conducted all around the city. They have found amazing things. Again, only really dating to the Ptolemaic and Roman periods. This includes theaters, bathhouses, temples, catacombs, the remains of the Alexandria Lighthouse, which is underneath of a fort. But the excavations of the ancient city are limited by two main things. One, there was a massive earthquake and tsunami that devastated the ancient city in 365 CE. So again, deep into the Roman period of Egypt. Yes, Baha, this is exactly the same city. Like, it is absolutely on top of it, for sure. And so this earthquake and this flood, it pretty much destroyed much of the city, especially the things that are immediately there on the coast. Like the palace, which is, I think here? What is 3? Somewhere here, or it's here. I can't remember. Palace Harbor? Yeah, it's here. This whole area was totally destroyed. The lighthouse probably was heavily damaged and destroyed. The library, the theater, anything here on the coast was really damaged. Ra Kadit. The new library is built on top of where the old library was. They do have a separate museum that is the Greco-Roman Museum, but that's a separate location. But no, the new Alexandria Library is built on top of what the old library would have been. The second thing that is the problem with this site is that almost the entire ancient city is entirely covered by the modern city. And Alexandria is a massive city that has continued to grow throughout the Roman period and then into the medieval and Islamic period. So unfortunately, by the time archaeologists really wanted to excavate the city, it has mostly been developed on. So it's almost impossible to kind of go back and excavate it. So really, I honestly think that a lot of the excavations that they've been doing are pulling things out of the harbor. And then essentially it's whenever development is happening in the city, which is just like how most modern cities are kind of dealing with archaeology to this day. I really hope you enjoyed this deep dive. I know that was really long, but hey, it's 12:10. I made my goal. I was honestly shocked about how much I liked talking about these cities because there are so many that I still had never heard of, including some of these capitals. And I'm really glad that we're splitting this lecture into 2. So again, for our June lecture, we will be talking about cult centers for some of the biggest gods, as long as I didn't already talk about them in this lecture. Like if it's a big cult center, but it was also a capital city, I'm talking about it to this lecture. So, then we're also going to talk about Egyptian cities outside of the Nile River Valley. So we're going to talk about the oases, the Sinai Peninsula, Nubia, on the Red Sea, and in the Levant. And then we are going to talk about specific necropoli or cemeteries that are associated with certain sites. And this lecture is going to be June 6th in 2 Saturdays. Philae will be included. Yes, because that is a cult center. Although technically it's Elephantine. I gotta figure it out. I know I was talking about Elephantine. I gotta check out Philae. I have to double check that I'm not missing any big major cities, even if it wasn't a major cult center. So they will fill in the gaps. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Philae will be in there.